From inside Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, Saturday baseball on the show. It's the New York Yankees taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. And we'll be back with the first pitch right after this. And on the hill in this one, Steven Matz. What should we keep an eye on here?
4-pitch guy. He's got some options to work with in terms of keeping hitters off balance. So we'll see how he decides to utilize those weapons through this start here, and whether or not he's able to mix them all in early, or if he wants to hold something back a little bit later, maybe second, third time through the order, and give them something they haven't seen. It's tough when you know a guy's got that in his back pocket. As a hitter, you really have to stay on your toes.
6-10.
On a line, base hit. So a runner aboard to start the inning.
Really good swing right there. He got a pitch that he knew he could handle, allowed himself to stay back just a tad bit longer, and he hit the ball on the screws.
Here's Judge now. He's got the power, but great contact skills. One of the best contact hitters in the game. The lefty, the 1-0.
That's inside.
Matz, 34-year-old vet, and he was a second-round pick back in 2009. This to third. Oh, look at the stop. The feed for one. A sensational double play.
They made that double play look so easy, but it was far from routine. That's the one thing about big leaguers. They make tough plays look simple.
Just off the outside edge, and it's 1-0. Two down, nobody on.
Five.
To the right side, Williamson. In plenty of time to first, and Bellinger is out, and that is the inning. Now it's the Rays' turn. No score. You're dialed into the show. Back here at Tropicana Field, and going to the mound in this one for the Yankees, Luis Gil. What do we need to know here?
Well, it's a 3-pitch mix in the repertoire for this starter. He's going to have to command all three if he's going to have success on the hill today.
Chandler Simpson now at the plate. Feels like it's less common today that you see a guy like this. The speed component, the contact component, but lack of power.
Ball.
I think baseball's starting to understand that those guys are valuable like they once were. They need them in this game today.
Hurry.
That's in there. And the count 1-2. High fly ball out to center field. Bellinger on his way over. And there's one away.
Batting second.
All right, let's take a look at the Rays lineup. Their opponent on the mound today does run into some trouble finding the strike zone at times. So, Singy, I got to figure part of the plan, be patient, be selective today.
Yeah, knowing his history, you just don't help him out. You got to wait for a pitch that you like and that you can drive. Build traffic on the base pass and aim to reach those bullpen arms.
The 0-1. Just missed. Late on that fastball. Here's a 2-2. And there's a ball. That's ball four. Tried another fastball, but missed the spot.
Batting third, the designated hitter, Jonathan.
One out man at first. And stepping in for the Rays, Jonathan Aranda. Maybe a 2-ball. 5, 4, 3. It's a double play. And that'll do it for the inning. Nothing in the Tampa first. On to the second now for Tropicana. Still 0-0. All set for the start of the inning. And stepping in for the Yankees, Giancarlo Stanton. Swings through that one for strike one. That's a bullet, but it goes foul. And that one moves his feet. Hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. And a good start to the inning.
Well, he found himself behind in the count right there, but he didn't give in. Really protecting with 2 strikes right there. Pitch wasn't even close, but man, he got the barrel to it somehow. Nice job of bad ball hitting.
That's outside, and it's 1-1.
Just missed with that backdoor breaking ball. If he gets a swing and miss or called strike, 0-2 count. Instead, it's 1-1. Look for him to go back to that pitch later in this at bat.
1-1 now. And that one ripped to left. Makes the grab.
Batting fifth, the second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
One out man at first. Jazz Chisholm Jr. now.
Ball. That's a ball.
In the dirt. And that one is downstairs. And now 3-0. Right through there for a strike. Oh, great stop. There's one. To first, not in time. Great effort there.
The left fielder, number 34, Randall Richard.
Step off throw to first. And he's back in on a dive. base hit center field. And now to aboard. Oh, the throw is over his head. Doesn't get too far away, so no one moves up.
When you go 0 for 5, 0 for 7, 0 for 8, it seems like an eternity, especially to start the season, because that's the one thing. Players want to get that first one out of the way so that they feel like, all right, I'm going to avoid this prolonged 0-fer to start the season and get into a slump.
Next to hit, Jose Caballero. In the air, right field. And that's the third out. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. Now here's the Tampa Bay cleanup hitter, Yandy Diaz. And that's off the inside edge. And that's ball one. There's the strike. 95 of that one. Making the calls behind the plate in this one is Woody Keller.
Yeah, and Woody does a pretty good job back there, Boog. He's got a pretty fair strike zone most of the time. Maybe some inconsistency here or there, but usually he's back there doing a solid job.
That clips a corner. And that skips into dirt. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. Two down. In the air, left field. Grichuk drops steps, heads back on it. 1 away.
Just pulled off of it a little bit right there. That front shoulder coming open instead of staying closed. If he does that, he's going to be able to go up the middle the other way with some authority instead of a fly out to left. Looks like a really good fastball today. You can hear that catcher's mitt popping. Looking forward to hearing a lot of that one in this one.
Late on that fastball.
He was really trying to stay back for something off speed. That's why he was so tardy on that swing.
Outside low. 1-2 to count. Stays alive. 1-2 now. Popped up, foul territory behind the plate. Has room, and he makes the catch.
Batting 6, the right fielder, number 21,
Johnny DeLuca will hit next. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. No score here in the second. That one hammered but pulled foul.
Look out. That ball was smoked. Man, I am so relieved that they have this netting down the lines. Just ensures safety for the fans. Last thing as a player, you want to look up and see a fan get hit.
Makes a nice grab at a full sprint. That is the inning. We'll move to the third with no score. Back here in Tampa Bay, new inning getting started. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. Drilled in the air, high and deep right field. That one carrying. And it's off the top of the wall. They're still chasing it as he rounds second. And he makes it into third with a leadoff triple.
Well, a swing like that can help you come out of the struggle. We saw the numbers coming into the ball game, but all he's trying to do at this point is help his team win.
The Yankees looking to strike first. We're here in the top half of inning number 3. Swings through that one for strike 2.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow climb back into this at bat through the count.
The 1-2. And that's outside. Battling here as he fouls it away. Just missed. And an ABS challenge coming from behind the dish. Pretty close, but it was a ball. That knocks them down to 1 challenge left. Three and 2. Payoff pitch. Chopped on the ground. Base hit. And they strike first as they take a 1-0 lead.
Mission accomplished there as he picks up the RBI to give him the lead. Really nice job staying up the middle with his approach. He didn't try to do too much with the pitch, just shot it through the infield.
No outs, runner at first. Now the number 2 hitter, Aaron Judge. And this is inside. The 1-0. And delivers outside.
He's just missing with some pitches that, I mean, they're not strikes, and that's what you think, oh, good pitch is a strike, but so many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone, and the last 2 pitches that he's thrown, good pitches, but even better takes.
Goldie aboard here at first with nobody out. That one ripped, but foul. Now all even up. Gets a piece and stays alive. Two now. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. Two now, and that's down and away. And that is ball 4, and the Yankees are in business.
The center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Ball outside.
Now there's a bullet down the line, and that's a fair ball. Here comes Goldie around third. He'll score easily, and they lead by 2. Pulls into second. That's an RBI double.
Well, there you go. The RBI machine. Another clutch run scoring at bat.
Yeah, he's been so good in these situations. Call it clutch if you want, but his resume speaks for itself. And here is Giancarlo Stanton. Golden opportunity right here.
Down.
Base runners at second and third here. No outs. That one at the knees for a strike. Bullpen movement for the Rays. Hunter Biggie, the hard-throwing righty, is up and loosening. Swing, and he popped it up. Walls has a beat on it, and there's one down.
Up next for the Yankees, the third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
Almost got him. One down, runners at second and third.
Ball 2.
Just missed.
Not really attacking on the mound in this at bat. All breaking balls, so that makes me think they're not really wanting to challenge him here.
That one finds the zone. They're now 3-1. Ground ball left side,
foul.
and that's just foul. Two on, one out. Gap shot should score at least two. One run across. Another comes in to score, and they're up by 4. A 2-run double.
Picks himself up a couple of ribbies. As soon as that one shot off his barrel, he was thinking extra bases. Really nice job of getting the bat out front, but not hooking around it or rolling over it. Just kept the swing on plane and smoked that thing into the gap.
Jazz Chisholm Jr. stepping in now for the Yankees. He's 0 for 1.
No.
Well, they've been able to score 4 runs off of him in this inning, and this is where you want to just max out, get as much as you can, give him one of those tough innings where it's going to be hard for him to recover in the next one.
Man at second. He swings and fouls one off. That one fouled off. One, two now. And that one is inside. This ball's chopped on the ground, but it kicks foul. Oh, right to the backstop. Rosario up to third on the wild pitch.
Heads up base running right there. He just hasn't had it in this one. Been fighting himself out there, and that's just another example of it. We'll see if he can find it at all while he's still out there.
Payoff pitch. Foul ball, and it remains a full count. Goes down swinging for the strikeout. He battled for a long time, but it finishes with a strikeout. You can't be mad at yourself after an at-bat like that one. 2 outs with a runner at third. Foul ball, still a 1-2 count. Just misses the mark outside the zone. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Outside. Ball 3. And they'll do it again. Tap back to the mound. On to first, and they're happy to just get off the field after that frame. So they move out in front after a 4-run outburst. We head down to the home half of inning number 3. The Yankees 4, the Rays nothing. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Bottom of the inning. Now up for Tampa Bay, Ben Williamson.
This is a very important inning here. After scoring all those runs, you want your pitcher to come out and just mow them down. The offense has worked hard. It's shut down inning time.
Fought off foul. The 0-2. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. Out to short. Throws to first in time. Leadoff hitter gone in the third.
Batting 8, the shortstop, Taylor Wall.
That one back up the middle, and it gets through. Scoops it up barehanded, but no chance. That's an infield single.
Batting 9, the catcher, number 40, Nick Fortes.
Man at first, Nick Fortes. Next to hit for the Rays.
Ball.
Walls leads off first with 1 away. Swing and a miss at a slider.
Clearly he was sitting on a fastball right there and just ended up out in front of the slider. Hey, you can't fault him for his commitment. Now he's just gonna have to battle with 2 strikes.
Good job to fight that one off.
You could see he was trying to stay back long enough to handle the off-speed pitch, but just a little tardy on the fastball.
And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. The 1-2. A little bit low.
That's too low.
In the dirt, throws to second. In there, he's safe. So a wild pitch allows the runner to advance.
The left fielder, Chandler Simpson.
Liner snagged at first. The Rays strand just the 1. They're down 4-0.
Now pitching for
Welcome
the Rays,
back, and now on the mound to start the 4th, Hunter Biggie. He's pitching on 2 days rest.
Biggie.
Jose Caballero getting ready to hit. Fly to right his first time.
You know, these Yankees doing a good job of simply getting the bat on the ball in this game, and the numbers back that up. They're hitting everything thrown at them. Their contact rate is in the low 90s. It's like they know what's coming, and that's just pretty ridiculous what they're doing right now. Those numbers are well above the major league average.
That's an out.
Over to Diaz. Leadoff hitter retired in the 4th.
The catcher, number 28, Austin.
All those numbers mean this offense is really making the defense work by just putting the ball into play. Anything can happen at that point.
That misses. Ball 1. Swing and a foul out of play. Biggie, a righty that throws with power. He features a 4-seam fastball, a slider, a curve, and he works in a 2-seamer. That one just misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Foul ball left side. He'll see another. That misses the zone, and the count is filled up. Draws the walk there.
Take your base.
Goldie steps into the box.
The first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Oh, can't pick it up cleanly. Still manages a throw, but it's not in time. Base hit.
The batter, number 99, designated hitter, Aaron Judge.
Now this is in the air down the line. DeLuca towards the line, and that's a foul ball. The Yanks trying to break this one open. Top half of inning number 4. And that one's a little bit low. And the count even 1-1. Now he breaks his bat. Diaz. They get the tag on him, and that's the second out.
Up next for the Yankees, the center fielder, number 35.
Big spot, and Cody Bellinger stepping to the dish. Fouled off. He was late. That's a strike, and he inches closer to getting out of the jam.
Oh, this guy's so comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. Even a good pitch early in the at-bat. If he's not ready to pull the trigger, he's not worried if he gets to an 0-2 count.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Yanks strand a pair, but they're in front 4-0. Bottom 4, and stepping in for the Rays, Junior Caminero.
Junior Caminero.
Tap back to the mound. Tosses to first. One pitch and one out.
The batter, number 8, designated hitter, Jonathan Ronda.
Not close with that one. Ball one.
Here.
The Rays down by 4. We're here in the bottom of the 4th. Foul ball there. And that one's going to get into the corner. Throws to second. Not going to get him. He's in there.
Man, those are the types of hits where you don't feel any vibration in your hands whatsoever. Such a good feeling. Could be a chance here for them to start clawing back into this ballgame.
Yandy Diaz now. Swing and a pop-up. Caballero settles under this one. 2 down.
Up next for the Rays.
And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one.
Well, he's known for that four-seamer, Boog, and we've seen plenty of it from him today. You don't throw one pitch this much without having plenty of confidence in it. And right now, he's shutting this lineup out, so we might stick with it.
No, that's too high.
Catcher challenge. We'll take another look. So the call stands. So they'll lose their first challenge. Man on second, 2 down. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Pretty good job on the mound in this one, Singy. It feels like we've seen a lot of off-balance swings.
Yeah, with just one free pass, and obviously he's not a big strikeout guy, but he gets soft contact and he gets outs.
Here's the 2-2. Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another.
Well, he's having a tough time getting a pitch by him. As a hitter, you feel pretty confident that you're seeing different pitches still able to make some type of contact.
That misses, and that's ball 3. That's ripped into the outfield. Bellinger makes the grab. 1 left for Tampa. They trail it here 4-0. We go to the top of the 5th, and stepping in for New York, Giancarlo Stanton.
You know, these Yankees really impressing me with the quality of their at-bats in this one. It's been fun getting a chance to see them go to work. It looked to me like they really wanted to get to the starter early, get him out of the game before he settles in, so I'd say mission accomplished.
And foul ball. The 1-2. Now one missed. Got him swinging.
And he'll be beating himself up on the way back to the dugout. Got a pitch to hit and just couldn't get to it. I think that slider really caught way more of the plate than it was supposed to.
Tapped on the ground softly to short. Walls handles, throws to
He's
first,
out.
and the first two set down in the top of the fifth.
Batter number 13, second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
2 down, bases empty. Stepping in, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
That's a ball. Ball.
2 down, nobody on, and we're at the top of the fifth. Next
Ball
pitch
3.
is outside. Hammered down the right side, but foul. Two down, nobody on. Popped up to the left, into foul ground. And that'll do it. Got an order, go the Yankees. But they lead it 4-0. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Now up for Tampa Bay, Johnny DeLuca.
DeLuca.
Bunting for a hit, and it goes just foul. The 0-1. That one ripped right center field. Could be extra bases, and that's going to roll to the wall. Into second easily with a leadoff double.
Couldn't have timed it up any better than that. That pretty much split the zone down the middle, and those are the ones where you got to make them pay.
Ground ball, and that's through the infield. Coming home. Here comes the throw.
Well, that gets them a little closer in this one. Not much to this one other than just a willingness to go the other way and put the ball in play. That's a team at bat right there. Nice job of staying back and letting the ball get deep.
Man at first, nobody out. Taylor Walls, the next to hit. The 0-1. Tap foul at the plate.
A defensive swing right there. Some cheese on the inside part of the plate. Bet the hands are still stinging after that one.
Swing at a ground ball. Foul. And that's just foul. The 0-2. On the ground right side.
Foul ball.
And foul ball. This one in the air center field. He makes the grab.
Up next for the Rays, the catcher, number 40, Nick Forte.
Strike.
And that is out of play. Stays alive. Oh, 0-2 now. That one's upstairs, ball 1. Hacks and misses. It's a strikeout.
That's tough. You see it well. I mean, that was clearly up and out of the strike zone, but that's one of the hardest things. You know, when you see a pitch out of the hand at eye level, that discipline to remember, I can't hit that pitch. If I can see it really well at eye level, I can't catch up to that pitch when a pitcher's got this kind of velocity.
So the Rays batting order turns over, and now here's a speed threat. Outfielder Chandler Simpson, and it's through for a hit. And now 2 aboard.
Up next for the Rays.
He has, as they like to say,
let me guess, Boo, light tower power.
That's right. That one finds the zone. Strike 1. Two on, 2 outs. In for a strike, and now just 1 pitch away from surviving the inning. Fights it off. He'll see another. And that one is in the dirt. And that's ball 1. Out to short, Caballero. And that'll keep more runs from coming in. Inning over. But they pick up 1 run on the RBI single. It's now 4-1. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Back at the ballpark, let's take a look at some of the moments that stand out to us. Randall Grichuk stepping in now for the Yankees.
Randall Grichuk.
And that drops in for a strike.
There it was. 0-0. Here it is. Hit it. He gets a take. Gets ahead in the count.
And it's fouled away. Waves at the bender for the strikeout.
That's a pretty nasty pitch right there. I'd call it a power curveball in the 80s. It's got so much spin on it, and you really don't have a lot of time to sit back and watch what it's going to do before you have to commit. It was a good one for the swinging strikeout. A two-seam fastball is usually coupled with a slider away, and when a hitter's conscious of the pitch in, it's hard for him to cover middle away, and that's where a pitcher can really finish off that batter.
The 1-0. And another ball.
Oh, that two-seam fastball is a great pitch from a right-hander to a right-handed batter. Just really teases the inside part of the plate, runs in on the hands.
2-0 to count. Here it comes.
Hee-haw!
There's a strike. That missed by a lot, and it's 3-2. On the ground to the left. Walls throws to first. 2 quick outs to open the top of the 6th.
The catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
2 outs, base is empty. And here's the catcher, Austin Wells. Yankees up by 3, and we're in the top half of the 6th. That's outside. Ball 1. Two down, nobody on. And a swing and a bouncer, foul of first. Out towards right center field. DeLuca on the move to the gap. Pulls it down and he makes the catch. 1, 2, 3 go the Yankees, but they lead it 4-1. Bottom of the 6th inning. At the plate now for the Rays is the DH, Jonathan Aranda. Pulled hard, but it's a foul ball.
Definitely a frustrating day for the offense, but when they look at it, this guy's had his best stuff. Been painting the corners, working on the edges and changing speeds. Just a difficult one. You tip your cap.
Next offering is fouled back. And the slider inside. Just misses. That's inside. Full count now. On a line, and that's got extra bases written all over it. Around first, heading for 2. And he's got his second double of the game.
He has had such a good day today. I don't think he's going to want to leave when it's over.
A couple of doubles today for the DH.
Yankees.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Luis Gil won't go any further tonight. And he leaves with the lead after giving them some decent innings. We'll be back with a new pitcher in a moment.
Now pitching for the
They hand the ball over to a new arm, Fernando Cruz.
And this is an important part of this game. Tight score and still a lot of outs to get. So they're looking for a big outing out of him right here to get some critical outs.
That one close, ruled the ball. Ball 1. Man at second. Cruz, he's kind of a prototypical bullpen arm in today's game. Electric stuff that results in a ton of strikeouts. In a tough spot like this, that is a big-time benefit. And there's a foul ball.
Now, as a hitter, when a guy like this comes into the game, you feel like he's standing on top of you. And it's just attack mode coming right at you, expecting to get a swing and miss.
Outside low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swings through it for the K. Not what you're looking for after the leadoff double. A strikeout, and there's one away. Here's the center fielder, Cedric Mullins. That one in there across the letters. One out and a runner at second here in the bottom of the sixth. Ball one there. On the ground right side. Jazz tosses to first, and there are two outs.
Up next for the Rays, the right fielder, number 21, Johnny Gianluca.
That clips the corner.
So important to get ahead of these hitters. You don't want to issue a free pass and allow that tying run to come to the plate. You always want to keep that other team in a position where if they're going to beat you, they're going to have to do it with multiple hits.
Challenge from behind the dish here. And it's a called strike after the review. So they get to hang on to their second challenge. Aranda on third with two out. Swings and misses, and the inning is over. So they work around the leadoff double. We're through six full. The Yankees 4, the Rays 1. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show.
Now pitching.
Welcome back. We're in the seventh. We have a new pitcher on the mound, Kevin Kelly.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
Back to the top of the order, Paul Goldschmidt stepping in now for the Yankees. 3 for 3 with 3 singles. Just missed. On the ground right side. And foul ball. Here's a 2-1. That one way inside. Three 3-1 is on the way. And a foul ball. Payoff pitch. Payoff pitch. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. That one lifted to left. Takes it in for the out.
The batter, number 99, designated hitter, Aaron Judge.
No need to offer that pitch until you get to 2 strikes. It's just a low percentage of success when you want to try to go after that down and away pitch.
Up the middle. Can't glove it cleanly. And he's going to make it to first. And we'll see how they score it.
Up next for the Yankees, the center fielder.
One down. Here's the center fielder, Cody Bellinger.
Struck out on just 3 pitches last time.
And that's through there for a strike. It's 0-1. Next offering is fouled back. And the 0-2. High fly ball, right field. DeLuca settles underneath it. And there's 2 down.
Up next for the Yankees, the right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Misses just off the outside edge. I think that was a strike. Hit hard on the ground is short. And that will end the inning. The Yanks lead 1 as they hold on to a 4-1 lead. Set for the last half of the 7th. And stepping in for the Rays, Ben Williamson. Hard ground ball, base 9. So a man on base to start the inning.
Love how he let that ball travel, trusted his hands. Nice job of going the other way.
Runner on the move. Pitch misses. Safe at second, and that was not close. Man at second. Swing and a miss. And the count 1-1.
If you're going to get something going, this is the time to do it. You get the leadoff man on. Everybody's got to look over the shoulder and say, I'm just going to keep the line moving. Don't try to do too much.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Fouls it off. Still 1-2. That one almost got him. Runner in scoring position, nobody out. Here at the bottom of the 7th. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again.
Well, he's desperately looking for that swing and miss. He's going to have to just change speeds a little bit, try to move it around, create just a little bit of illusion at the end.
He's there. He's got it. One down.
Up next for the Rays, the catcher, number 40.
And now the catcher comes up to him. Nick Fortes, who's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. One out and a runner at second. Next offering is fouled back. In the dirt. And now it's 1-2. That one missed.
All right, so in this at bat, he's seen a couple of off-speed pitches, now back-to-back fastballs. In this count, you definitely got to stay back. Make sure you don't get out in front and be prepared to shorten up and hit the ball the other way.
Over to Goldie. That's the second out.
Up next for the Rays, the left fielder, Chandler.
Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Fernando Cruz out of the game, and he's responsible for the runner on second, so the book isn't closed on him yet. We'll be right back.
Now pitching for the
So they turn things over to the righty, Camilo Doval. He's been so good against lefties. First pitch, and he just misses. Movement in the Yankees pen. David Bednar, the closer of the staff, is throwing. Hedrick warming up as well. Man on second, 2 down.
That's down. Ball 2.
Outside. Junior Caminero waiting in the on-deck circle.
They can get him up. He'd represent the tying run, so critical pitch right here.
Here's a 3-0. Gets the outside corner with that one. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Up next for the Rays, the third baseman, number 13, Junior Caminero.
Here's the third baseman, Junior Caminero. Lots of pop at the plate. Outfield playing back almost on the warning track. Squirts away a little bit. The throw to third. Tag safe. And a wild pitch, and both runners are in scoring position.
No trouble moving up to second on that play with the ball getting that far away from the catcher. Nice job to take advantage of the wild pitch.
Tying run at the plate. Pitch
Ball
misses.
2.
And that's ball 2. Right through there for a strike. That crosses the plate, and now they're just one strike away from getting out of this mess. Swings through it, and that's a strikeout. So the Rays strand a pair, and this is still a 4-1 ball game. Back now in Tampa Bay, and stepping in for the Yankees, Ahmed Rosario.
So he came up clutch earlier in this ball game and really just needs to take the same approach. Think hard right back up the middle.
Foul ball. Here comes the 0-1. Grounds one to short. Throws to first. What a play.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Close, but called a ball. And it's 1-0. On the ground, and it goes just foul. Backed off the plate that time. And a swing and a miss. Down on strikes, and there's 2 down.
Well, that was the cutter down and in right there. And typically, if you're going to have a chance with the pitch, if it's down, that's your best chance of doing anything with it. It's kind of like a mini slider, just with a little less vertical movement. But still, that one tied him up, and he couldn't get the barrel to it.
Here comes the manager out of the dugout, and he'll make a move for the bullpen. Kevin Kelly departs. It's a 3-run game, and we'll be back to tell you about the new arm in a minute.
Now pitching for
now on the mound for the Rays, Cole Sulser.
Pretty tight game, so they're looking for quality pitches out of him right here. Got to do his best to keep the score right where it is.
Randall Grichuk now 1 for 3.
Ah!
Two down, nobody on, and we're in the top of the 8th.
Ball, no.
In there at the knees for a strike. And he chases that one. That's out number 3. The Yankees 4, the Rays 1. Back here at Tropicana Field, ready for the bottom of the 8th.
Got to keep things airtight defensively right here. On your toes, ready to make a play. If you can get this to the 9th with a 3-run lead, it should be a W.
Ah, that hit him. And the leadoff man is aboard to start the inning. Next to bat will be the Rays 4-hitter, Yandy Diaz. 0 for 3 in this one.
No.
Now, these guys definitely looking for a big swing of the bat right here. Try to close that gap. But, you know, at the very least, if you could find a way to manufacture that run from first, it feels like it's really important to getting back into this ballgame.
And that should be extra bases. Rounds third, headed for the plate. The relay, safe. And it's now a 2-run game.
These guys today are so great with handling velocity. They're seeing high speeds day after day, and a nice job of turning that one around.
A bit behind with that swing. It's strike 1. The Rays with the tying run at the plate here, the bottom half of the 8th inning. And that's in for a strike. And the count is 0-2. And look out. That one gets him. The second man he's plunked in this one. So next to the plate for Tampa Bay, Johnny DeLuca.
3-pitch strikeout last time up. Got to put up more of a fight in this one.
And fouled off. Pitch misses. Ball 1. Activity in the bullpen for the Yankees. David Bednar appears to be getting loose. And a count 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And that is a big first out.
Well, that slider wasn't even close to the strike zone, and he got him to chase. That's just a bad approach right there. Either he was looking for something else and got completely fooled, or he was sitting all over the slider and just couldn't resist the temptation. But, man, really expanded right there and didn't have a chance of making contact with that pitch.
Swings through that one out in front that time.
Well, all eyes on the double play ball in this spot. No better way to get out of this inning.
Runners at first and second with one gone. This one in the air right field. Can't reach it. This should score at least one. One runs in. And in at second with an RBI double.
Such great concentration. Everybody on their feet, knowing that you can come through with a good swing. And there he doesn't try to do too much.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Camilo Doval done for the night. And the line not closed on him yet as he's responsible for the runners on base. Back with a new pitcher after this.
Now pitching for
the left-hander on now, Brent Hedrick.
And never an easy situation coming in with runners at second and third. He's got a base to work with, so he doesn't have to be perfect, but he does have to make some quality pitches.
Here's the shortstop at the plate, Taylor Walls. The switch hitter batting right. In there, and it's 0-1. Top of the zone for a called strike.
Well, he didn't like those first two pitches. Now in an 0-2 hole. He's going to have to battle. Hope he gets a mistake.
Two on, one out. Just a slow ground ball this time. Tie ball game as they get the second out, but the run scores.
Up next to the Rays, the catcher, number 40, Nick Fortes.
And that's a little bit high. And that's ball one. Fastball for a strike. Now a pop-up on the infield. Rosario under it. And that ends the inning. But they score 3 times to even it up through 8 full. And we are tied 4-4. Back here in Tampa Bay, we go to the ninth. Jose Caballero stepping in now for the Yankees. And he lays down a bunt. Down the line, and it's foul. Tied at 4. Action in the pen down there. Ryan Baker, the closer, is getting loose. In for a strike. Going to count 1 and 2.
Really going after him here. All fastballs to get ahead in the count.
Fights that one away. Still 1 and 2. Swings and misses, struck him out. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth. Yeah, that's fouled off. Four in the ninth. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. All tied up here at the top of the ninth. Foul ball, still a 1-2 count. Strike three, and that's 2 in a row.
Definitely made him chase a little bit out of his zone right there. I don't think that's a strike if he takes it. Pretty textbook pitching. Get ahead in the count, get the guy in the box on his heels, and then force him to chase your pitch where he doesn't have much of a chance to do any damage.
Here is Goldschmidt. Ripped, but it curls foul.
Well, that's where you want to be right there. All over that first pitch fastball. Just a little too much hook on it. Straighten that thing out to get the jog around the bases.
Fought off foul. Two down, nobody on. And the sweeper misses. Line drive, brings it in for the third out. Yanks held in check. Score remains tied at 4. Back here at Tropicana Field, here's the Rays leadoff hitter, Chandler Simpson.
I'm impressed that he went right after him on that first pitch. That's the key. Try to get ahead in the count, then you can play around a little bit more as the at-bat expands.
Ball.
Movement in the Yankees pen. David Bednar up and throwing. Here's a 1-2. And a foul ball. He stays alive. That's a little bit low.
This guy's a fun guy to watch taking at bat. He just battles up there. He doesn't take a pitch off at all. Makes it so difficult on the pitchers out there. You can tell they get frustrated with how long it takes to put him away.
Didn't miss by too much, but it'll stay a ball. No challenges left for them now. And that's downstairs. And the count's full.
He's really tightening up his hitting zone with 2 strikes here. I love it.
And a payoff pitch. Got him swinging for the K. They keep a big threat off the bases. Huge in a tie game like this. 1 out. On the ground to third. Rosario tosses to first. Got the out.
The batter, number 8, Designated hitter, Jonathan.
Now it's the DH, Jonathan Aranda.
You know, this is kind of a tough matchup as a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher. What you tell yourself is I want to stay square to the plate, try to hit the ball over the shortstop's head.
And that one upstairs. Swing and a ball popped in the air out to shallow center, and it drops in, and the winning run is aboard.
Well, here we go. Winning run is on base with 2 away. When you flare a ball out behind second base, it's really a tough spot for anyone to get to, and you're never trying to do that as a hitter, but when you do, I tell you what, you're yelling at it the entire way to get down.
Hard hit to right center, and that's got extra bases written all over it. Runner around third on his way to the plate. Relay throw. In comes the winning run, and the Rays walk it off 5-4.
Well, it's always great when you've got pretty good speed over there at first base. Somebody that can score all the way around the bases. What a tremendous swing and execution by both the batter and the base runner for this walk-off win.
Close one here today, and your final 5-4. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shambi saying so long. From inside Tropicana Field here in Tampa Bay, the show brings you Major League Baseball on a Saturday night. It's the New York Yankees taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch coming your way next. Getting the nod in this one, Steven Matz. What do we have on him?
He really relies on working down in the zone with that heavy sinker he's got. You know, it's not as popular to throw that pitch today as it used to be because guys are looking to hit balls down in the zone, get them up in the air. It's very important for him when facing same-side hitters to be able to get it in, especially early in the count, and to opposite guys be able to throw it at that front hip and run it over the inside corner.
Paul Goldschmidt, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one. That
Ball
one
three.
misses, and it's 3-0.
Well, I would expect in this 3-0 count, you're taking all the way. See if he'll walk you.
That one
Ball
misses,
four.
so a leadoff walk.
Batting second, the designated hitter, Aaron Judge.
That one misses. That's 5 straight. Can't find it here. That's 6 straight balls. And now 2 balls and a strike.
Sold it really well with the arm speed. Swung underneath it, so a changeup that stayed a little bit more on plane than what he was anticipating.
Swing and a foul out of play. Next
Ball.
pitch, a slider that misses outside. And
That's a
is
ball.
ball
Take your
4,
base.
and the Yankees are in business.
Number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Here comes Cody Bellinger.
Yep.
Oh, 1 now. Just
Ball
missed.
outside.
The 1-1. And there's a ball.
He's just missing with some pitches that, I mean, they're not strikes, and that's what you think, oh, good pitch is a strike. But so many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone.
No,
And the
that's
last 2
down.
pitches that he's thrown, good pitches, but even better takes.
Giancarlo Stanton in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. And that's ball
Take your
4.
base. Ball 4.
So he's walked 3 in the inning. The bases are loaded.
Right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Right through
Yeah.
there for a strike. Missed
Ball.
inside with the curve.
You need a strikeout, and you need a ball perhaps on the ground for a double play, or get yourself a pop-up, something. But
Lifted in the air, left field, pretty well struck. Brings it in. Runner tags from third. And they'll score first. It's 1-0.
That is it. The third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
2 aboard with 1 out. Now at the plate, Ahmed Rosario.
I know we're still early in the stages of this game, but this at-bat has the potential of being a difference maker. You've got to stay calm in the box.
That's
At this
a strike.
point, the clean inning is over. Got to settle in, focus on the hitter, and get out of it with minimal damage.
Good eye at the plate. They'll overturn the call. Still 2 challenges left for them. 1 out. Runners at first and second. That's a laser base hit. Here comes the judge around third. He'll score. It's an RBI single, and they lead by 2.
Well done. Drives in the run.
Jr.
Other than ripping one into the gap or blasting one over the wall, there aren't a whole lot of hits that are more satisfying than a nice line drive in the center field. So that definitely felt good.
Hook.
Two on, 1 out. And a foul ball. Here's the 0-2. That's inside.
Well, Boog, early on in this one, having a hard time getting settled in. He's not showing control to throw strikes, and let alone to throw it where he wants in the strike zone. This could be a tough one for him.
Fouls it off, still 1-2. Got him looking. That's a strikeout. As we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. They're dealing with a sinker specialist on the mound, which can be a big-time challenge when he's right and working mostly from the knees down.
Well, the key is to lay off pitches down in the zone until you're forced to swing. Set your sights higher in the strike zone, looking for something elevated, because sinkers are less effective up in the zone. They tend to flatten out. So when you get a cookie, you don't want to miss it.
Randall Grichuk in the box now. Takes strike one. Two on, two outs. That's a strike, and he inches closer to getting out of the jam. The 0-2. Hard hit to third. They limit the damage here. But 2 runs for him, and they jump ahead. Bottom half of inning number 1 coming up. It's the Yankees 2, the Rays coming to bat. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Back now at the chop for the bottom of the first. And taking the ball for the Yankees, Luis Gil. How about a report on him, Chris?
Well, he's got great stuff, but what makes his stuff even better is his delivery. Hides the ball for a very long time, high leg kick, and by the time the hitter sees it, it's right on top of him.
Chandler Simpson digs in now. Gil making his first start of the year, and he was born in the Dominican Republic. Now the 0-1. And that one fouled off. That's to third. Scoops it up off the dirt. What a pick to save the play and get the first out. Now a look at Kevin Cash's lineup for the Tampa Bay Rays. And Chris, this group has been struggling to put up runs lately.
Well, they haven't been on base a ton, and even when they are, they haven't been hitting very well with the runners on base. So they need a player or two to really step up, have some quality at bats, hit according to the situation, and sort of break out of this. I think if they do, the rest of this lineup will follow.
That's too low.
That's a
ball
ball.
1. In the air, right field. Stanton should have this one. Out number 2.
Batting third, the designated hitter, Jonathan.
Next is the designated hitter, Jonathan Aranda. Good power, not great in the OBP department. That one finds the zone. 0-1.
For whatever reasons, this is a hitter that performs better in night games. We'll see what he brings in this one.
Out to short. Over to Goldie. 3 up, 3 down, inning over. It's the Yankees 2, the Rays nothing. Top of the second, and stepping in for New York, Jose Caballero. This is a guy you got to keep an eye on when he digs in. Definitely been known to drop a drag bunt from time to time, and he's pretty good at it, Chris.
Yeah, and he creates a sense of urgency for the defense because of the speed, because of the ability to put down that bunt.
Now you see even sluggers from time to time try and use the bunt really as a way to beat the shift. Pitch is in the dirt. Ball 2. And they'll do it again. A little bit low.
No.
Swing and a ball lifted in the air. One up, one down.
Batting ninth, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
And that misses. And it's 1-0. This one popped up. Williamson under it. 2 down.
Up next for the Yankees, the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Now it's Goldschmidt up to the plate. He walked and came around to score his first time up. That one outside. Ball 1. Hit on the ground to short. Walls. And the Yanks go quietly. It's the Yankees 2, the Rays nothing. Back now in Tampa Bay. Down here's the Tampa Bay cleanup hitter, Yandy Diaz. Obviously a guy who makes good contact, hits for average, but one of the things in today's game, the value in the fact that he hits both righties and lefties. First pitch way inside, a fastball. Here's a 2-0. Late swing fouled off. They're so reliant on the matchups nowadays, Chris, and it's huge when you don't have to sit a guy or platoon him.
When you can hit, both sides in terms of pitchers' arms, you're a guy that it's hard to take out of the lineup, and I think it's very important today when everything is under the microscope.
In the air, left field. Grichuk moving under this one, and there's one down. And Chris, beyond the fact that he's so incredible defensively, he also can swing the stick. Clips the corner. Strike 1. On the ground, right side, Goldie. Throw off line, he's safe. And a nice job there to keep it from getting away.
Number 21, Johnny DeLuca.
Runner on at first with one gone. Digging in, it's the speedy outfielder, Johnny DeLuca. Swing and a pop-up. Foul territory for the catcher. 2 away now.
Batting 7, the second baseman, Ben Williamson.
Into center. Snags it on the run. And that is the third out of the inning. The Rays strand just the one. They trail things here 2-0. Back here in Tampa Bay, in now is the Yankees DH, Aaron Judge. He's a guy who does it all. With the lack of contact in today's game, this guy hits for contact, so he delivers average, but there's on-base slugging too.
Early in the count, you have to be real careful because of that power, but then if this hitter gets a strike or two on him, he's still very comfortable. And because he has the ability to get the barrel to the baseball, he's a threat deep into the count as well.
Ripped to short. Leadoff man retired here in the third.
Up next for the Yankees,
let's take a look at his pitch usage in this one, Singy.
The sinker's his bread and butter pitch, Boog, and he's gone to it plenty in this one. He's used it on more than half his pitches so far. Minimal damage against him to this point. We'll see if the lineup forces him to make an adjustment.
Ball one there.
When you have a catcher that can throw like that, a pitcher doesn't have to worry as much about the slide step. He can keep his mechanics intact and have a better opportunity of getting that hitter out with a swing and miss.
The 1-1.
Looks like he was trying to get to the front door with that curveball. It's definitely a finesse pitch, but it backed up a little bit on him and stayed inside.
This one in the air. And there are 2 outs.
Up next for the Yankees, the right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
2 down, bases empty. And now it's Giancarlo Stanton. Drove in a run with a sac fly his first time up. Ground ball up the middle. It's in and out of his glove. Still finds a way to get off a throw.
He's in there. He's
too
safe.
late, and the runner is safe. And the misplay costs him.
Well, that grounder up the middle made it a little more challenging than a routine ball right at him, but it's definitely a play you expect to make as a middle infielder, and I'm sure he wants that one back, but for now, he's just got to get ready for the next one and make a play.
Ball.
Well, he left that changeup up, got away with one there, and he'll take it, but doesn't want to make that mistake again.
That's a bullet, but it goes foul.
His eyes got big. He saw that changeup way out in front. Better to pull it than to get jammed on something off speed like that.
Breaking ball, and that got him.
First base.
The batter, number 13.
First and second, 2 outs. Jazz Chisholm Jr. stepping in now for the Yankees. He's 0 for 1. That's off the mark, and that's ball 1. Two on, 2 outs.
No,
Could be some
that's the
action
ball.
here on this next pitch. Couple runners on. Probably a challenge pitch coming.
Two-0. Fouled off left side. Two and one now. 2 aboard. Lifted in the air right center field. DeLuca on the move to the alley. He's got it, and that is that. Yankees strand a pair. They're up 2-0. Back here at Tropicana Field, now up for Tampa Bay, Taylor Walls. And a bunt towards third. And that's just foul.
Ball 1.
The shortstop takes a ball. That's a hit. And a man aboard.
Nice line drive to the pull side right there, but he didn't spin off of it. That's the key. You still have to extend through the baseball in order to hit a line drive like that.
Late on that fastball. Up the middle. There's one. To first. Double play. Nicely done.
Up next for the Rays, the left fielder, Chandler.
Wow. Singy, what a throw. We got to take another look at it, but this time with the numbers from StatCast.
Yeah, Boog, that's about as good as it gets. You'll see the hardest throwing infielders reach 90+ on throws across the diamond, so he's pretty much right there with the best infield arms in the game. That was a rocket of a throw right there.
Base is empty after the double play. Chandler Simpson now at the plate. Trying to bunt his way on.
Foul.
And foul ball. Two down, nobody on. Swing and a ball popped up. That is the inning. Rays held in check here. They're still down. It's 2-0. Back now in Tampa Bay as we go to the top of the fourth. Randall Grichuk stepping in now for the Yankees.
You know, these Yankees showing great discipline at the plate, and patience definitely seems to be the name of their game in this one. They've worked 3 walks already, so that proves they're not anxious up there. They're sticking to their game plan, and it's working.
On the ground to short. Walls tosses to first. That's the first out in the top of the fourth.
By staying patient and disciplined, they're working themselves into those advantage counts where they're seeing some really good pitches to hit.
Caballero, 29 years old, and he was drafted in the 7th round back in 2017. That's in there. That's strike one. Slapped hard the other way, but foul. Pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Can't connect on the curveball, struck him out.
Well, that's always the key to effective pitching, is getting ahead in the count. And as a pitcher, it really allows you to start expanding the zone. Hitters become defensive, and all of a sudden that plate starts to get really wide. And what happens is, because of the pressure, you end up committing to a pitch as a batter before you recognize what it is, and that's what leads to the strikeout.
2 down, nobody on. That one pushed to the left and foul. Fouled off the plate. They'll do it again. 0-2 now. Good eye in that spot.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss, struck him out, and that'll do it. So the Yanks go in order, but they're on top 2-0. Bottom of the fourth, and stepping in for the Rays, Junior Caminero.
Oh, he's looking great so far. It helps when over 80% of your first pitches are strikes. He might be able to go the distance if he keeps this up.
Right side, hard hit. Takes it himself. One out in the bottom of the fourth.
The batter, number 8, designated hitter, Jonathan Aranda.
This one smoked on its way out of here. He flexes his power with that swing, and they're on the board. It's 2-1. He only needed one swing to square it up.
Not wasting any time in that at bat, Boog. Aggressive, and it paid off. A good hitter gets pitch recognition early. He saw exactly where that was going to be. The challenge, not get over anxious and come out of your swing. He stayed on it and got all of it.
One down. Yandy Diaz next to hit for the Rays. Outside low, and 1-1. That's hard hit on the line. Makes the grab on the run, and there's 2 away. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one.
The center fielder, Cedric Mullins.
Hurt one. Ball up.
Strike 2. 2 down, bases empty, but 1 run across. We're here in the bottom of the fourth. And that skips in the dirt.
Good slider down and in can be so hard to get on plane with. You're better off taking that pitch.
Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. That's off the mark. 3-2 now. Struck him out looking. And the Rays get one on a solo shot. And it's now a 2-1 ball game. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show.
Now pitching.
We're back, and there's a new arm on the mound to start the 5th. Hunter Biggie.
Still pretty early in the ball game, so this bullpen has some work ahead of them. Best case scenario might be if he can come in here and get several quick outs, kind of bridge the gap that starter left for him.
Back to the top of the Yankee order. Here's Paul Goldschmidt. And that skips in the dirt. Activity in the bullpen. Kevin Kelly, the right-handed sinker baller. He looks to be readying himself. That just misses. And the count is 2-0. Upstairs. On the outside corner for a strike. And the count is 3-1. Goldie not happy about that called strike. Here's the challenge. And that one was indeed a strike. Still one challenge left for them. That one misses. So a leadoff walk.
The batter, number 99, designated hitter, Aaron.
Not far out of the zone, but it was a ball. That knocks them down to one challenge left. See the velocity 97 with that fastball. Goldie on at first, nobody out.
Ball.
Check swing went around. And the count 1-2. That's foul off to the right side. Keeps the AB going. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out.
Well, that slider wasn't even close to the strike zone, and he got him to chase. That's just a bad approach right there. Either he was looking for something else and got completely fooled, or he was sitting all over the slider and just couldn't resist the temptation. But, man, really expanded right there and didn't have a chance of making contact with that pitch.
First offering. Runner goes. Swinging a foul straight back. Here's your 1.
Ball.
Man at first, one away.
Back-to-back breaking pitches away, you get the feeling as a hitter that the pitcher's afraid of you, that he doesn't want to challenge you. So I think the confidence level is raised right here.
This one in the air, center field. Mullins under it. And he makes the catch.
Up next for the Yankees, the right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Giancarlo Stanton to the plate now. And there's a strike. Good heater at 98. That one found hard the other way.
These hitters like this that have so much power, look forward to seeing them hit the ball a long way. But if you're in the stands, or you're in a broadcast booth, or you're a writer, better keep your eye on the game.
And that is that. Home half of the fifth coming up. It's the Yankees 2, the Rays 1. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. Now up for Tampa Bay, Johnny DeLuca.
Johnny DeLuca.
Ball.
And the 1-0.
Yep.
All sliders so far in this at bat to get ahead in the count, and clearly shows there was a game plan in mind for how to attack him in the box.
Next one misses, and the count is even 2-2.
The guy at the plate could recognize slider out of the hand. Didn't stay in the tunnel very long in terms of depth and perception. He knew right away it was an off-speed pitch.
Ben Williamson in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Payoff pitch. Swings and misses, struck him out.
And he'll be beating himself up on the way back to the dugout. Got a pitch to hit and just couldn't get to it. I think that slider really caught way more of the plate than it was supposed to.
That's outside. Ball one. Just missed. Home team down a run. Last half of inning number 5. And that one is downstairs. And now 3-0.
A rare 3-ball count here. He's been throwing strikes all day. Got to be ready to hit if you're in the box.
And that's in for a strike. In the air to left center. Grichuk settles underneath it. Takes it in for the out.
The batter, number 6. Shortstop, Taylor.
Taylor Walls next to hit for the Rays. 1 for 1 with a single so far. A little bit high. And that's ball 1.
Stay right.
Comes up empty. That's strike 2.
Clearly he was sitting on a fastball right there and just ended up out in front of the slider. Hey, you can't fault him for his commitment. Now he's
that's strike 3 and the 3rd out. So we take a break. Nothing doing for Tampa. They're down 2-1. Back here at Tropicana Field. Close game here and a chance now to look at a few highlights from this one. Ahmed Rosario will hit next.
The third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
He rides.
Oh, that plumped him.
It got him.
And that's now twice he's been hitting this one.
Second base, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Ball
Outside.
1, no strikes. Laced into left. That's a base hit. Throw back in quickly. First and second now with nobody out.
Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
Randall Grichuk stepping in now for the Yankees. Yo one. And a swing and a miss.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow
struck him out looking. And that is a big first out.
Well, just excellent location on that inside fastball, really locked him up. And as a hitter, it's not typically what you're looking for. You're trying to protect away and then in, so you can be a little bit tardy with 2 strikes. Hard to tell if he was fooled or if he thought it would be called a ball, but either way, that's a really nice pitch.
Got it started a little too early. Strike 1.
The last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this spot.
Two on, 1 out. He hauls it in, 2 away.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
So up next for New York, Austin Wells. Swing and a miss, 99. How do you do? That one missed. This one chopped on the ground, but foul. Next offering misses down and away. First and second, 2 down, and we're in the top half of the 6th. That one misses. Full count now. And that'll load the bases.
Take your base.
Up next for the Yankees, the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Tough situation right here. So important as a pitcher to get ahead in the count as he did right there.
Way out front for strike 2. Fights that one away, still 1-2. Fights it off, he'll see another. And that's a strikeout looking. Huge strikeout there.
A lot of adrenaline, we can see it right there, and sometimes you just got to let it out. That's an outstanding job of taking that, executing, and getting out of a tough inning.
Back here in Tampa Bay. Now up for Tampa Bay, Nick Fortes.
Nick Fortes.
Back up the, that got him. Throw sails over his head at first. And it's going to wind up out of play.
Well, you can't give him 2 errors on that play, but that's pretty much what it looked like. Tried to stay with it after the bobble, and he might have pulled it off with a good throw, but it's very easy to rush the throw when you don't field it cleanly. A lot of times guys don't have a good grip on it, and I think that was the case right there.
High. Ball.
The Rays with the tying run at second here in the bottom of the sixth. Fouls that off to the left, and we'll do it again.
Well, he knows they don't want to give him anything to hit, but when you've got opportunities to drive in runs, you've got to expand the zone.
Swings and misses, struck him out. And that's 4 strikeouts.
Just a mid-90s challenge fastball right there. Not much to it. And I'm sure he'd love another swing at it because it was in a very hittable location. Those are the swings where you can sometimes start to question yourself as a hitter and say, how did I miss that? But, you know, it happens.
So now with 1 away and a man at second. Stepping in the long ball threat, Junior Caminero. Looked like a strike to me, and here comes the challenge. It just shaved the zone. They'll keep their remaining challenge. The 0-1. And that one fouled off. Man at second. In the dirt. Down to second, but he dances back in safely. Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Came inside with that 2-strike fastball nicely and just bunched him up on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't get around on it and catch it out front. Many times if you do, it's a foul ball. And you know, a lot of pitchers, they really don't like working inside with 2 strikes because they do not want to hit that batter. And when they've got him up against the ropes, got to figure out a way to put him away. Did a nice job right there.
Ball. No.
Man on second, 2 down. Gets the call, and that is strike 1.
Getting a little frustrated with the strike zone.
Swing and a high fly ball out towards right center field. Nice grab on the run. That is the inning. 1 error in the inning, but nothing more. We're through 6 full. It's the Yankees 2, the Rays 1.
Now pitching for
Welcome
the
back.
Rays,
We're in the 7th. We have a new pitcher on the mound, Kevin Kelly. Well, 1-run game. Now it's Aaron Judge up to the plate. This guy with light tower power.
Well, he's always a threat. Even if this guy is 0 for 3 for the night with 3 strikeouts, he can come up that 4th time and do damage because he's that good.
That catches the corner. Meanwhile, activity in the bullpen. Cole Sulser getting ready to go. Judge rips that one. Bangs off the wall. The throw into second. And he's got no chance. He's out.
Gotta love the hustle and the attitude there to try to stretch that single into a double, but unfortunately thrown out at second base. He was so close to being in scoring position.
No, that's a ball.
The 1-0. Hit hard on the ground to the right side. Tosses to the pitcher covering the bag. Quick recovery from the misplay. Pays off for the out.
The right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Here's Stanton now. Hard hit right side. And the inning is over. Down in order go the Yankees as they're unable to add to their 2-1 lead. Back now in Tampa Bay. Down here's the Tampa Bay cleanup hitter, Yandy Diaz.
I really like how he's been attacking hitters early in at bats. He's thrown strikes on the first pitch to over 70% of the guys he's faced in this one.
Out to short. Over to Goldie. One away. Big time out leading off the home 7.
Up next for the Rays, the center fielder.
Well, timing is the key to great hitting, and right now that door is still locked. They haven't been able to figure out pitch sequences, and it's impacting them across the board.
Swings through that one for strike 1. And that is out of play. The Yankees trying to hold a 1-run lead here at the bottom of the 7th. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. And the 0-2. Ball 1 there. That one almost got him.
Straighten him up a little bit.
Got him looking.
Up next for the Rays, the right fielder, number 21.
Johnny DeLuca next to hit for the Rays.
DeLuca.
Man, I mean, nice job just presenting it to be better than it actually was.
Looking to get the tying run on base. And that's through there for a strike. 0-2.
2 really good back-to-back sliders. Now in an 0-2 count. He's feeling real confident about finishing this hitter off. He can go anywhere he wants.
On the ground right side. Gets him easily. Ends the inning. Rays go in order. 1-2-3. And they trail it here 2-1. Back here at Tropicana Field and stepping in for the Yankees, Ahmed Rosario. That one ripped right center field, and that's got extra bases written all over it. Now he'll turn for second. In safely. It's a double and his second hit.
Well, clearly he was ready to hit right there. Just a cookie down the middle. I mean, those are the ones you dream about. Ones in the cage, you're just hoping you get in the ball game. Right down the middle, not a whole lot of velocity, right on top of it.
Worm burner into the outfield for a knock. Stop sign goes up at third. Runners at the corners. Nobody out.
Up next for the Yankees.
Pretty tough for the infielders to do anything with that one. He pulled it hard into the outfield, and even when you keep it on the ground, it feels great when you hit a missile like that.
Randall Grichuk getting ready to hit. 0 for 3 with 2 groundouts and a strikeout.
Ball.
In the infield at the corners, don't be surprised to see them come home first and prevent that run from scoring.
That
Ball.
misses. Ball 2.
When the skipper calls down to the bullpen, he's expecting the guy to come in and get outs. So far, not getting what he was hoping for.
Outside
Ball.
low. 3 balls, no strikes. In there for a strike at the top of the zone. And here's a challenge. That looked like it missed to me. Barely a hair out of the zone, but it was a ball. So they get to hang on to their second challenge.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop, Jose Caballero.
That one's in there. 0-1.
Really good job in this spot to get ahead in the count. He's going to have to continue, finish off this hitter.
And the 0-1. Puts a bunt down. Fires home for 1. Throw to first. They beat it.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
All loaded up. Austin Wells, the next to hit. The bases are full for the New York Yankees. And that one fouled off. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. The 0-2. Ground ball to the right side.
Ball.
And it goes just foul. Oh, he hit him.
Ball,
and that brings home a run.
Up next for the Yankees, the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
He was late there. Strike 1.
At the dish, looking to lift the ball in the air in this spot. Anything but the inning double play, Boog.
High fly ball, and that one curling foul down the right side. Popped up. Infield fly called there.
Rules in effect.
The batter, number 99.
Here comes the skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. Kevin Kelly gives way. 2-run ball game as he heads for the dugout, and we'll be back with a new pitcher.
Now pitching for
New
the
arm out of the
Rays,
bullpen,
number
Cole
71.
Sulser.
Well, no
Cole.
margin for error in terms of throwing strikes with the bases loaded. Just has to execute one pitch at a time to try to get out of this.
Critical at bat coming up, and in steps Aaron Judge, known for his late inning heroics. Pitch misses, and it's 1-0.
Home plate umpires trying to tighten things up a little bit.
And that drops in for a strike.
Look, in situations like these, the air can get really thin up there at the plate. Got to find a way to breathe and slow everything down.
So they're all loaded up. This one is blasted. A no-doubter. Grand slam. He sends it out of here. And they tack on to their lead. It's 7-1.
And that shot makes their grip on the lead even tighter. So a great job here of staying within himself. You know that if you get a knock, you're going to drive in a couple. So stay focused on that. Well, he does more than just a knock. It's the grand slam to drive in 4. Really good job at the plate.
Offense exploding for 5 so far in the inning, and we're at the top of the 8th. That one in there across the letters. Tampa Bay's bullpen with some action. Ryan Baker up and loosening in the pen. Drilled in the air out towards right center. And that is that. Big blast for the Rays. A grand slam. It's now 7-1. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show.
Now pitching for the
Back
Yankees.
now, new pitcher on the mound as we roll into the bottom of the 8th. Fernando Cruz.
And he's got a nice lead to work with, so he should come in throwing strikes, attacking these hitters.
Leading off, Ben Williamson.
The second baseman, Ben Williamson.
Well, these Rays need to bring up the quality of their at-bats and specifically their swings. Just one extra base hit for them, so they haven't exactly been hitting the ball gap to gap or out of the park. That makes it really difficult to generate runs.
That one fouled off. One and two now. That one missing inside. Up the middle, Caballero. Throw pulls him off the bag, and he's safe.
The batter number
Well,
6.
fortunately, they've got a big lead on the scoreboard, so that error shouldn't hurt too much. But you have to be careful about losing concentration in a game like this. Can be an easy trap to fall into.
And ball one. The Yanks up big in this one. Here, the bottom half of the 8th inning. And that one a little below the knees. And the count now 2-0. Activity in the bullpen for the Yankees. Ryan Yarbrough, the left-handed reliever, appears to be getting loose. And another ball. And ball four to a board.
Up next for the Rays, the catcher, number 40, Nick Fortes.
First and second and nobody out. And now the catcher for the Rays, Nick Fortes. Swings through that one for strike 2. Battling here as he fouls it away. The 0-2. Gets a piece and stays alive. Here's the 0-2. That's
Ball.
down and in. That
No.
one misses. Ball 2. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. Pitch kicks away. Nothing happening on the bases, though.
That's about as nasty of a splitter as you'll come across, especially in terms of movement. I mean, that thing tumbles out of his hand and just drops off the table at the last moment. If he keeps it down, it's just so tough to put wood on. Always tough to turn 2 on a speedster like this. It's even harder with him coming out of the left-handed batter's box. You really need something to hit hard on the ground that they can handle to turn 2 quickly.
2 on, 1 out. A swing and a miss, and that's strike 1. What a stop. There's 1. What a double play that was. Inning over. This one pretty well decided at this point. 9th inning coming up. It's the Yankees 7, the Rays 1. Back here in Tampa Bay, all set to start the 9th in this one. Giancarlo Stanton stepping in now for the Yankees. That pitch gets the inside corner, and it's 0-1.
Not what he's looking for there in the 0-0 count. Looks like he wants the ball down in the zone.
That's a ball. Inside.
That's
Ball.
off the inside corner. 3-1 now. There's the strike at the knees. Stanton wants to challenge this. Thought it was a ball. And it's going to stay a strike. So they're now out of challenges. Payoff pitch. In the air, left side. Takes it in for the out.
Up next for the Yankees, the third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
Looks like he sacrificed a pitch right down the middle for tracking and timing. Some good hitters will do that.
Ground ball left side, and that's just foul. The 0-2, and that skips in the dirt. That misses the zone. Ball 2. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. So a man aboard now with 1 away.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, Jazz.
And next for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr. There's the strike. a big swing and a miss.
Let's see if he's willing to use the whole field right here. Definitely pounding him away.
Rosario leads off first with one away. Sets him down looking. That was pretty nasty.
No, just a beautiful fastball on the inside corner for that backwards K right there. I think the hitter saw it all the way coming from that opposite arm angle. So I got to think he was looking away and just got locked up by the hard stuff boring in on his hands.
Manager out of the dugout, and he's going to make a change. Cole Sulser is done. We'll be back in a minute with a new arm on the mound.
Now pitching for
So the
Rays,
closer summoned from the bullpen,
47,
Ryan Baker.
And with the big deficit on the scoreboard, he almost has to just put that out of his mind. Every outing matters for relievers and their numbers, but I think it's tough to get up for this type of appearance the same way you would for one in a close game.
Ball.
A little out front there as he swings through it. And a foul ball. Good job to fight that one off. And a 1-2. Out to short. They get the force, and that's the inning. One left for the Yankees, and they're on top 7-1.
Now pitching for the
Back
Yankees,
now as they hand the ball to a fresh arm to start the bottom of the ninth. Ryan Yarbrough hasn't pitched in the last 3 days. Junior Caminero getting ready to hit. 0 for 3. A fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout.
Caminero.
Hee-haw!
This one popped up. Chisholm moving under it. And a quick out, number 1.
The batter, number 8, designated hitter, Jonathan Aranda.
One down, base is empty here in the ninth. Right through there for a strike.
Quickly in an 0-2 hole, you're going to have to give something up here in terms of power if you want to put the ball in play with any authority.
Just missing there. Ball 1.
Executed that pitch very nicely, just missed with it.
Got him looking. Down to the last out for the Rays.
Well, we saw a solid effort out of their starter, and the bullpen is following suit. It's just a good day as a manager or as a pitching coach when you can hand the ball off to multiple arms and get stability from all of their performances.
So they're down to their final out. Yandy Diaz now at the plate. 0 for 3 in this one.
Hey.
They're down to their final strike.
This guy's pounding the zone. Hitters don't have time to think in between pitches.
Got him! him, and that's the ball game.
Sometimes road trips can be tough. You're away from your family, but when you can win, silence that opposing crowd, it makes things just a little bit better, makes the road trip just a little bit shorter.
And a 7-1 finish in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shambi saying so long. From inside Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the New York Yankees taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch coming at you right after the break. Today's starting pitcher, Steven Matz. What's the word on him?
Try to stay back for that power changeup. Speed differential between the fastball and the changeup is huge. Hitters, they have a hard time staying back.
All right, first pitch coming up. Here's Paul
Yankees,
Goldschmidt.
The first baseman, number 48, Paul Goldschmidt.
Here's a high chopper, and that chance handled. Sends it to first.
That's an out.
One out in the top of the first.
Batting second, the designated
And time now to check out the New York Yankees lineup. And Singy against the southpaw on the mound. The Skippers loaded this lineup with righty bats.
Certainly following the conventional wisdom here, Boo. That extra split second can make a big difference for a hitter. So these righty batters will need to take advantage and make this tactical move pay off.
Pitch misses there. Ball one. Judge over the top.
Ball. If you're going to miss, you want to miss outside the zone. When you miss inside the zone, it's trouble.
Judge rips that one. And foul ball. To third, Caminero. Whips it across. 2 quick outs at the top of the first here tonight.
Batting third, the center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Here's Bellinger and that smooth swing of his.
Yeah, he's got easy power to all fields, Boog. A great weapon at the plate.
Hard liner. And it jumps the wall in foul territory for an automatic double.
Well, there's something really nice about getting yourself an automatic double like that. You get to stroll into second base without having to worry about a throw or getting your uniform dirty. And now you're just looking for the next guy to kind of do the same thing. Maybe put one in the gap so you can jog home as well. Well, you always want to come out in the first inning, try to put something up on the board. It's a big 2-out double right there. See if the cleanup man can drive him in and put a tally up there on the board.
Man at second. Just missed.
Well, no need to go right at this guy. First base is open. He can hurt you. So make him expand his zone. If he doesn't, give him a walk. The strategy of winning a ball game, when you can make that pitcher work a little more, expose himself by throwing pitches, that could be the key to winning perhaps later on. So good job of extending this inning, getting a knock with 2 outs to bring the number 4 hole hitter up.
Ahmed Rosario in the on deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Man on second, 2 down. And ball 4, 2 aboard.
Batting fifth, the third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
And now it's Ahmed Rosario. On the ground to the left. And it goes just foul. Way inside, gets out of the way. Two on, two outs. The 1-2. Fastball right back to the mound. They take the force out. That ends the frame. So they strand a pair. And now the Rays will get their first opportunity in a scoreless ball game. Back now at the chop for the bottom of the first. And starting for the Yankees, the right-hander, Luis Gil. What do you have on him, Chris?
Well, it's a three-pitch mix in the repertoire for this starter. He's going to have to command all three if he's going to have success on the hill today.
14,
Chandler Simpson digs in now.
Ball one. Down, ball.
Check swing, and he went. And the count 2-1. Now a drag bunt, third base side. And that's just foul. The 2-2. And downstairs. Slow ground ball to the right side. Chisholm fires over to first.
He's out.
Out on a bang play. All right, let's take a look at the Rays lineup. This is an offense, Chris, that's having a hard time scoring runs right now.
Yeah, sometimes things just aren't going to click, and unfortunately what happens is players press, they try to do a little bit more, and they get out of their game. You've got to let the game come to you. If you chase it, it's going to run from you. So this is a team that just needs to calm down, relax, and understand that they're going to come out of this.
Out towards right center field. 2 away.
Batting third, the designated hitter, Jonathan.
Now here is Jonathan Aranda. Swings and lines a base hit into left field. So a 2-out knock keeps the inning alive.
Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 2, Yankees. Diaz.
That's a strike.
Diaz handling the duties at first, batting in the cleanup spot. And so far this season, he's hitting over 360. Look out.
High, dead ball.
That fastball drilled him.
Batting fifth, the center
First and second, 2 outs. Cedric Mullins next to hit for the Rays. Outside, ball 1. Two outs, couple of base runners at first and second.
Good spot for the hitter. Definitely has the advantage in this count with runners on. Look for him to be aggressive on this next pitch.
Aranda on second. Diaz at first. 2 out of the inning. That's a strike, and he inches closer to getting out of the jam. stays alive. The 2-2. Tried to check his swing. Appeal to third. And he went around. Not an easy call there, but that puts an end to the inning. Scoreless after 1. Back now in Tampa Bay, and stepping in for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr. That one to first. He'll do it himself. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Batting 7, the left fielder, number 34, Randall Grichuk.
Ball 1 low.
Ball 2.
Clyde Washington doing the umpiring behind the dish in this one. Sometimes considered a bit of a pitcher's umpire, Singy.
He likes the low ball, which traditionally favors pitching. But, you know, hitters today are pretty good at dropping their barrel down. So we'll see how it goes in this one.
That one misses. Ball 3. Hard hit left side. Over to Diaz. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the second.
The shortstop, Jose Caballero.
Jose Caballero, the next to hit. He's someone that you might not describe as having elite level speed, but he can absolutely move, and it is a factor in his game. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. So he gets on base and keeps it going.
Batting 9, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
In there for strike 1.
Last thing he wants to do is nibble, load up the bases, and then walk in the winning run, or throw it to the backstop and bring in that winning run.
Here comes the 0-1. Runner takes off. Pitch in for a strike. Throw, save. That's a stolen base.
Well, we all know this team is struggling right now, and sometimes you just got to do something different to generate some offense. A little more aggressive right there to put the pressure on the opponent. We'll see if it pays off on the scoreboard for this team.
The Yankees with a chance to score first here at the top of the second. This one drilled right center field. That one heading for the fence and gone. A 2-run shot. The Yankees score first. It's 2-0. He absolutely crushed that one.
No doubt about that one, Boog. We knew it wasn't coming back. Anytime you have a pitch down the middle of the plate, the percentages go up for the hitter to do damage, even if it's a pretty good sinker like that one. Nice piece of hitting there at the plate.
Back to the top of the Yankee order, and Paul Goldschmidt will come up to hit. Out to short. Walls throws to first, and they get Goldschmidt for the out. That's the inning. The Rays creep closer thanks to the homer. It's now a 2-0 ball game. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Bottom half of inning number 2, and stepping in for the Rays, Johnny DeLuca.
Johnny Gianluca.
Hike.
The 0-1. And there's the strike.
Well, we call that keyholing. Even though it's right there and looks pretty good, if he doesn't love it, he's not going to swing that early in the count.
Ball
Down.
1 low. Fouled off the plate. They'll do it again. The wind, the kick, and the 1-2. Struck him out without a swing. Called strike 3 on a fastball up in the zone. And the strike call will stand. So they'll lose their first challenge. That one off the mark. Ball 1.
Ball.
Next offering is downstairs. There's a strike. That's to third. Zips it to first. Already 2 out here in the home half of inning number 2.
The shortstop, Taylor Walls.
So up next, Taylor Walls. Two down, nobody on. That one finds the zone. No balls, 2 strikes.
That slider breaking in can be a tricky pitch. If you don't finish it and have that bite at the end and it stays out over the plate, it can get hit a long way. But that was a good one right there.
Foul ball left side. He'll see another. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That K is his 3rd of the game. After 2, it's a 2-0 ball game. On to the 3rd inning. In now is the Yankees DH, Aaron Judge.
When he steps into the batter's box, the comfort level looks so high. It doesn't matter what kind of delivery that pitcher has, what kind of velocity, what kind of secondary stuff. He is so settled in there. He owns the home plate area.
The lefty, the 1-0.
To a count, you really don't want to give in here. You've got to work the edges, really execute a pitch. Hopefully you can get back into this count.
Right through there for a strike. Misses off the plate. And that's ball 3. That one misses.
Ball 4,
so a leadoff walk.
Up next for the Yankees, the center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
There was a high velocity fastball in the zone. I think a little frustration from walking the previous hitter. He's got good stuff. Pitch inside the zone and trust it.
Ball 1.
Runner on the go. Cut on and miss. Throws it away. Man at second. Swing and a miss, and he chases that one in the dirt. Bellinger safe at first. He's on after the drop. Third strike.
The right fielder, Giancarlo.
I feel like that's one of those rules in baseball that's tough to explain the logic behind. If you're talking to a new fan or someone trying to learn the game, it's like, wait, what? The batter struck out, but he still gets to be on first base?
Yeah, I hear you. It's a weird one. Plus, the pitcher gets credit for the strikeout. It's an over for the batter. But, of course, no out is actually recorded. Kind of one of those, just trust me, let's move on situations. Lefty out of the stretch. Runners at first and third. Sinker catches the zone at the knees.
Well, in this situation with a runner on first, less than 2 outs, some say, hey, get the ground ball, double play with 2 strikes. Some people say get the strikeout. I think you just execute your pitch, make the best pitch you possibly can, and let the result be whatever it's going to be.
Comes a 2-2. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Here's a 2-2. Ground ball right side. It squirts through. Judge scores.
Comes through with the RBI. Just a simple ground ball the other way that had eyes on it, man. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Just let the ball travel, put the ball in play, and just hope it finds a hole.
First and second, no outs. Ahmed Rosario stepping in now for the Yankees. Fly ball down the line, and no one can get to it. It's a foul ball. The 0-2. Got him swinging. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one. Foul ball there. Two on, one out. Yeah, that's fouled off. In the dirt. And misses. It's a strikeout.
Usually when you see several pitches, you're going to get at least one that you might be able to do something with, but they didn't exactly challenge him in any way right there, and really they just used his aggressiveness against him. I don't think he even got a pitch in the zone.
No, that's a good point, Siggy. He goes down on strikes, but not a single pitch was actually in the strike zone. Randall Grichuk now grounded out to short in his first trip.
When you're struggling out there on the mound, hitters know that there'll be plenty of opportunities within the at-bat to try to get something to hit hard.
Swing and a miss, and he got him to chase.
He finds himself in a tough situation early. Just got to try to simplify it. Take a knock the other way if you can.
2 on, 2 outs. In there, sets him down on strikes. That ends the inning and stops things from getting out of hand. But the RBI single pushes across a run. It's now 3-0. Back here at Tropicana Field and stepping in for the Rays, Nick Fortes.
Nick Fortes.
Tap foul at the plate. And that's outside. Comes up empty. That's strike two. Swing, and this one's bounced to the ground. The throw to first. One gone, bottom of the third inning.
Up next for the Rays, the left fielder, Chandler Simpson.
Here.
Right through there for a strike.
I'm a little surprised with how patient they've been against the fastball. They've taken a few for strikes now. I'd like to see him show some confidence by attacking those pitches.
And there's a ball.
0-2 pitch that far out of the zone gives the hitter a little confidence that maybe he can climb back into this at bat.
Down and in, moved his feet. Two now. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. That one ran inside, almost got him. Swing and a ball popped in the air. Caballero gets under it. 2 up, 2 down.
Up next for the Rays, the third baseman, number 13.
At the plate, Junior Caminero. Flied to right his first time. Check swing called strike. And that's strike one.
Ball.
Two down, nobody on. And that just misses. He goes down looking. Rays held in check here. They trail it here 3-0. Back here in Tampa Bay and stepping in for the Yankees, Jose Caballero. This is a guy who's in the lineup first and foremost because of what he contributes defensively, Chris. And when you talk about preventing runs from being scored, this guy is a big contributor. Bunting for a hit.
I was always told it's hard to take you off the field when you play really good defense, especially at a premier position, and that's what he does.
The shortstop takes the ball. On the ground and foul ball. The 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball in the air left field. Carrying well. Out of here. He'll take a trot around the bases. And they add a run. It's 4-0.
You see how he stays square to the plate. He takes a breaking ball that's away, gets around it, gets it up in the air, and hits a long home run. Not exactly the way that you teach it in the cage, but you'll take the result. You know, these Yankees doing a great job, Boog, of just waiting for the right pitch to come their way, and I'm seeing very patient at-bats out of them. Pitch count is pretty high, and they've plated 4 runs already, so I think it's safe to say their game plan is working out pretty well right now.
Ball, no.
So they forced the starter to put in a lot of work, and they've been able to get to him for some runs, and hopefully that bullpen phone is working today.
Swings through that one out in front that time.
Always exciting to see a leadoff home run in an inning. Kind of gets the offense fired up, and you start to expect a big inning.
Popped up. Walls under this one. He's got it. And there's one away.
Up next for the Yankees, the first baseman, Paul.
And now Kevin Cash out of the dugout and ready to make a move to the bullpen. Steven Matz won't go any further tonight. And this is one he'd like to forget. Back with a new arm after this.
Now pitching for
Pitching
the Rays,
change here. Hunter Biggie. He's into the game with the bases empty.
Biggie.
And here's Paul Goldschmidt. Has grounded out a couple of times.
On an 0-0 count, not every strike is a good strike for a hitter. I like the plate discipline there.
The 0-1. Lined into left center, base hit. So they get a man aboard with a 1-out single.
The batter, number 99.
And man, I'll tell you, a line drive like that into the gap just feels so good. It's feedback that you had everything on time and in control from start to finish with your swing.
That one hammered, but pulled foul.
All over the first pitch fastball right there, but just a little bit out front. Got to let it travel just a bit more.
The 0-1. No question about this one. It's out of here. Aaron Judge with a rocket. It's their second home run of the inning, and they throw a pair on the board. It's 6-0.
A breaking ball on the inside part of the plate requires a hitter to stay really square with his mechanics. If you fly open with the front shoulder, there's no way you keep that ball fair. An outstanding job mechanically. He deserves that home run.
One down. So up next for New York, Cody Bellinger, 1 for 2. Just missed.
That's the ball.
The 1-0. Hammered down the right side, but foul.
A little early on that fastball. I'm sure the pitcher taking a note. Look for an off-speed pitch on this next one.
Ball to strike. Right through there for a strike. Already 3 runs across in the frame. Top half of inning number 4. Next offering upstairs. And delivers outside. This one chopped up the middle. On the run, throw to first, and very nicely done for the out.
The right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Late with the swing there.
Just not able to catch up to that velocity.
Ball.
And 1-2. Fastball almost got him there.
Straighten him up a little bit.
Two down, nobody on. There's a swing and a drive. Going back on this one. And it's caught just in front of the wall. But 2 round trippers in this inning. The long ball was working. It's now a 6-0 ball game. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Back here at Tropicana Field, ready to go, bottom 4.
Clearly down in this ball game, and you can't look at the deficit and try to get it all back in one swing. It's got to come one at bat at a time, and even shrink it down smaller, pitch to pitch. Make that guy on the mound work to get you out. This is one of those times when you want to be aggressive. Go ahead and pitch to contact. Let the defense work behind you. You've got a nice, comfortable lead. Don't try to be too fine.
The 0-1.
Ball.
Well, every pitcher wants a run support, and having a lead is nice, but it can be challenging for some pitchers. I think keeping the mindset to attack instead of trying to be too fine and have too much finesse. Go after hitters and get quick outs.
Misses inside. Ball 3.
Here's an opportunity to do some damage and perhaps unlock this offense. 3-1 count. Be ready to turn on a fastball.
Popped up to the left. Into foul ground. Takes it in for the out.
Up next for the Rays, the first baseman, number 2, Yandy.
Yandy Diaz now. Hit by a pitch his first time up. Laced down the line. This looks like extra bases. Around first and hustling for second. Into second, and he's got a double.
You know, I was watching his rounds during batting practice today. So impressed with his ability to let the ball travel, go back up the middle and the other way. Sometimes when you step in the box during the game, you get a little anxious and you get away from that. But so far, I've seen him stay consistent with his pregame preparation. Well, he's looking great so far. It helps when over 80% of your first pitches are strikes. He might be able to go the distance if he keeps this up.
Man at second. Missed with a changeup, and it's 1-1.
Ball.
This one gets away as he can't handle it behind the plate. No advance, though. Swing and a high fly ball out there towards left field. 2 down.
Up next for the Rays.
And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one. Johnny DeLuca next to hit for the Rays. Struck out looking at his first at bat. Man on second, 2 down. That's in there. That's strike 2.
Perhaps not quite ready to hit. First 2 pitches by him for a couple of strikes. Now back is against the wall. He's going to have to figure something out and figure it out quickly.
Keeps the at bat going with a foul ball. The 0-2. And that one missing low. Pitch misses there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On the inside corner for called strike 3. 1 left for Tampa. They still find themselves down 6-0. Back now in Tampa Bay. Ready now for the 5th inning. Ahmed Rosario stepping in now for the Yankees. And that drops in for a strike. Bullpen movement for the Rays. Kevin Kelly, the right-handed sinker baller. He looks to be readying himself. Check swing, called strike. 0-2 now.
Well, that two-seamer is heat-seeking for right-handed batters. Just runs in on those hands.
Foul ball, still 0-2. Line drive, base hit. And the leadoff man aboard.
I'd say a mistake pitch in an 0-2 count. Too good of a pitch to hit right there. You have to expand the zone. Keep that leadoff man off first base.
D-Ride.
Left field. And it stays fair. Throw back in quickly. First and second now with nobody out.
Up next for the Yankees.
Kind of a risky pitch coming inside with the breaking ball like that. You have to bury it. Otherwise, it's not too difficult to get the bat to it like he did that time.
And up next for New York, Randall Grichuk.
Went down looking on 3 pitches last time. Let's see if he can be a little more aggressive right here.
Fastball is outside. First and second, no outs. And we're at the top of the 5th. Popped in the air, left field. He makes the grab.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop, Jose Caballero.
Well, triple digits on the gun. I know there are more pitchers that can reach that now than in the past, but it's still impressive to watch.
Out towards right center field. DeLuca has a beat on it. Makes the grab.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number 28, Austin.
So first and second with 2 outs. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. He's already homered in this game. And first offering is fouled off.
Tried to backdoor him with that slider right there, but just missed off the plate. Good pitch, though. It's a big opportunity right here, but I love the way he's slowing the game down. He's shrinking his zone, making sure he gets the pitch that he wants to hit.
2 on, 2 outs. That one outside. And the count is 3-1.
First pitch strike from the pitcher, but then no panic at all by the hitter. Very patient, showing good discipline. Now he's in the driver's seat with the 3-1 count.
And a 3-1 on the way. Now a rip into left center. And that is that. Yanks strand a pair. They lead it, though, 6-0. Back here at Tropicana Field, now up for Tampa Bay, Ben Williamson. He swings and fouls one off.
Well, these Rays just aren't putting great swings on the baseball in this one. Just one extra base hit for them, so they haven't exactly been hitting the ball gap to gap or out of the park. That makes it really difficult to generate runs.
Here's a 1-1. Right through there for a strike.
No.
Foul ball, another 2-2 upcoming. And a base hit right there. Man aboard on the leadoff single.
Right there, he does a great job of staying in the big part of the field. Man, there are a lot of hits there.
Whoa.
And that drops in for a strike. That one is absolutely belted. Carrying well. And out of here. He shoots one out to right. And they cut into the deficit. It's 6-2.
That's exactly the pitch he was looking for. Crushes it and hits it out of the ballpark.
Now it's going to be Nick Fortes.
Ball 1.
Can be tough to bounce back after a big home run, but nobody on, nobody out. You just have to treat it as a fresh inning.
High.
Swings through that one.
Well, he went inside a couple of times, and now outside. Hitter's not exactly sure where to look for this next pitch.
Set down on strikes. And that's the first out. Nice recovery after giving up the homer.
No, that's not the best two-strike fastball I've seen, but certainly got away with the location there. You know, sometimes as a hitter, when you're down in the count, you're so focused on a pitcher painting the black, and you just get a little bit locked up on something down the heart of the plate, not expecting it, and it just kind of freezes you.
Simpson wants another look at the called strike. It's a challenge. And that one did miss. And the strike is overturned. They'll keep their remaining challenge. A bit behind with that swing. It's strike one. This one in the air center field. Bellinger makes the grab.
Up next to the Rays.
Now the third baseman, Junior Caminero.
Junior Caminero.
Nice grab. Over to first. And that's a nice play to end the inning. So they get 2 runs on 2 hits. One of them left the yard. 5 innings complete. Yankees 6, the Rays 2. We're back, and here's a look at how we got to this stage of the game. Paul Goldschmidt stepping in now for the Yankees.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Swing and a ball lifted left field. Simpson settles under it. And there's one down.
The batter, number 99, designated hitter, Aaron Judge.
Drive.
Knee high, that's in for a strike.
Well, this guy's so comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. Even a good pitch early in the at-bat. If he's not ready to pull the trigger, he's not worried if he gets to an 0-2 count.
Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2. Curve in the dirt. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And Judge is down on strikes. 2 outs, base is empty. So up next for New York, Cody Bellinger, 1 for 3.
Ball.
And the 1-0. Foul ball. 2 down, nobody on. And we're the top half of the 6th. Next offering is outside. Next one misses. 3 balls and a strike. That's ball 4. Tried
inside.
another fastball but missed the spot.
Up next for the Yankees, the right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
And first offering is fouled off.
That 2-seam fastball is usually coupled with a slider away, and when a hitter's conscious of the pitch in, it's hard for him to cover middle away, and that's where a pitcher can really finish off that batter.
Outside,
Pretty easy to give up on that pitch right there. Started on the edge of the plate with the spin. You know it's going to finish well off the plate.
This one smoked on its way out of here. So he goes yard to left, and they add to their lead. That's their 4th home run of the game.
They can't stop, and they won't stop hitting home runs in this one, Boog. They're clearly feeding off of each other at the dish. They thought he could blow a high fastball by him, but he was ready for it. Look at how quickly he jumped on that pitch.
Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Hunter Biggie won't go any further. We'll be back in a minute with a new arm on the mound.
Now pitching for
Kevin Kelly gets the call from the pen.
I think it's got to be a little tough coming in out of the pen when your guys are trailing so big on the scoreboard. Just doesn't have the same intensity to it, but he's got to find a way because these batters count the same for his stats, obviously, regardless of the score.
So 2 down, and stepping in for New York, Ahmed Rosario.
Hey.
Yo, 1. And it's fouled away. That's foul off to the right side. Keeps the AB going. 2 down, nobody on. Line drive, speared at first. The flip to the pitcher covering, and that's the 3rd out. 2 runs on 1 hit, the 2-run homer. Heart of the order, 3, 4, 5 coming up. It's the Yankees 8, the Rays 2.
Now pitching for the
Back
Yankees.
now for the bottom of the 6th, and there's a new pitcher on the mound, Fernando Cruz.
And you know, bullpen guys can struggle sometimes when they're called upon with big leads because it just doesn't have the same intensity as a tight game. So we'll see how sharp he is. Your mental toughness matters in situations like this as well.
Ronda.
Late swing, foul to the left. Hit on the ground to short. Caballero whips it to first. Leadoff man retired in the 6th.
Up next for the Rays, the first baseman, number 2.
And next will be the cleanup hitter, Yandy Diaz.
Well, that's really the money spot, down and away. If you can locate that consistently, it's going to be real tough for hitters to square that up. That's what you love to see relievers do coming out of that bullpen.
0-1 now. Action in the pen down there. Ryan Yarbrough, the left-handed reliever, appears to be getting loose. The Rays with a lot of ground to make up here in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 is cut on and missed at a pitch upstairs. In the air to left center. Bellinger turns to the right on the move. And a couple of quick outs.
Up next for the Rays, the center fielder, Cedric Mullins.
strike two. Chopper right side, and it goes just foul. Next offering way off the plate. And a foul ball. He stays alive. That one not close. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. Foul ball, another 2-2 upcoming. On the ground, out to short. Over to Goldie.
You're out.
Inning over. Nothing doing for Tampa, and it's still 8-2. Back now in Tampa Bay. Their offense has produced a lot of hits so far, as we see from the spray chart.
Yeah, when a team has this many knocks, a lot of the time it gets clustered to one side or another. Not today. They're hitting it all over the field.
This one ripped, but foul to the right.
So glad these ballparks have installed the netting to protect the fans, keep things safer all around the league.
And that one hammered. Going back. Way back there and gone. A solo shot. And they add on. It's 9-2.
Already playing with the lead, and now they're celebrating a home run. They're having a great time out there. Really great job of anticipation there. He knows he throws the sinker. That one down in the zone. You're trying to beat it to the spot it's getting to. Well, he won.
Next to hit, Randall Grichuk. 0 for 3. A fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. Just
Outside.
missed. Nobody on, nobody out with a run in here in the top half of inning number 7. There's a swing and a miss.
No.
The 2-2 on the way. Popped up, foul territory behind the plate. Takes it in for the out.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop, Jose Caballero.
No, that's down. Too high. Ball.
Here's a 2-2. That's a strikeout. Good looking sweeper there.
Well executed pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Two down, bases empty. Here's the catcher, Austin Wells. He's already homered here in this one.
No.
The 1-0. And
ball.
Another ball. Base knock right field. So the 2-out knock extends the inning and sends them back to the top of the order.
Well, when you fall behind in the count, you've got to come into the zone, and then guys have a better chance of hitting the ball hard like he did right there.
Here comes the manager out of the dugout, and he'll make a move for the bullpen. Kevin Kelly done for the night, and as he heads off, we'll step aside for a minute. Back with the new pitcher after this break.
Now pitching for
Cole
the Rays,
Sulser will
number
take over
71.
here. He last pitched 2 days ago.
Sulser.
And first offering is fouled off. That one missed. Late that time, and it's strike 2.
I think he was sitting off speed there.
Swing and a ground ball. Over to Diaz. That ends the inning. And the Rays get one on a solo shot. And it's now a 9-2 ball game. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. This game's a bit of a blowout, Singy. Let's talk about something random.
Let's do it.
All right, Singy, we've been in all the press boxes. You got best press box food.
I'd say press box food because of the ice cream. We have to go Philadelphia.
Got
Yeah.
a shout out to our guy Frank.
Yes. New York for me is pretty good. Yankees?
Yeah, solid.
50,
Yeah.
second baseman, Ben Williamson.
That one way outside, and that is ball 1.
Hey.
Cruz in his 4th year, 35 years old, and he was a 6th round draft pick back in 2007. That one finds the zone. That is strike 2. That's
Ball.
a little bit low. Ring him up, says Clyde Washington. That's a strikeout.
Number 6, shortstop.
There comes the skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. Fernando Cruz out of the game, and as he heads for the dugout, we'll take a quick break. New arm on the mound when we get back.
Now pitching for the
New
Yankees,
pitcher for the Yankees,
number 33,
Ryan Yarbrough.
Ryan
This southpaw's been really
Yarbrough.
good against left-handed hitters. Taylor Walls will hit next. Misses
Ball.
off the inside, and that's ball one.
Hike.
Way inside. The Yanks up big in this one here at the bottom of the seventh. Check
Ball
swing,
three.
no appeal. 3-1 now. There's a strike. Drilled in the air, high and deep right field. And it lands foul, so we reset and we'll do it again. 2 down, nobody on. That's a walk. Went with the cutter again, but couldn't find the zone.
The catcher, number 40, Nick Forte.
Just off the outside edge, and it's 1-0. This one in the air, center field. Bellinger coming on, pulls it down, and he makes the catch. And that'll do it. Tidy work out of the Yankee bullpen there. 8th inning coming up. The Yankees 9, the Rays 2. We go to the 8th. Now up is the Yankees DH, Aaron Judge. Singing, you can't ask for anything more. This guy checks all the boxes offensively.
He's the ultimate professional, and it doesn't just start at game time. It starts in the afternoon, the way he prepares and gets ready for the ball game. I tell you what, his teammates feed off of the leadership that he shows on and off the field.
The 1-0.
Ball.
And
No.
another ball. That one misses.
Ball 4. Take
So a
your base.
leadoff walk.
Up next for the Yankees, the center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
There's a strike. Oh, and 2 now. Battling here as he fouls it away. Here's the 0-2. Fights it off. He'll see another. Swing and a miss, and he got him. 1 away.
Oh, nothing too fancy on the strikeout pitch right there. Just a low 90s fastball, and I'm not sure he was trying to challenge him, but that's pretty much what happened. Very hittable location. We found a way to just get it by him.
Stanton,
That's the ball.
the next to hit, takes outside.
Well, the hitter shows the pitcher that he's willing to go after that pitch down in the zone. So perhaps he'll come back to it, still try to get that ground ball double play.
And that's outside. Way out front for strike two. Fouls it back with 2 strikes.
He's got one already tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if he pops another one here.
2-2 now. Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Came inside with that 2-strike fastball nicely and just bunched him up on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't get around on it and catch it out front. Many times if you do, it's a foul ball. And you know, a lot of pitchers, they really don't like working inside with 2 strikes because they do not want to hit that batter. And when they've got him up against the ropes, got to figure out a way to put him away. Did a nice job right there.
Now pitching for
so
the
they bring
Rays,
on their closer in the 8th, Brian Baker.
And we all know about his slider. It's just filthy, man. And one of the better ones in the game, I'd say. Spin rate's very high, and it just breaks a ton.
No, that's a ball.
Judge off of first with 2 away. And that's in there at the knees for a strike.
Ball 2.
The Yankees up big in this one, and we're in the top of the 8th. This one in the air, center field. Mullins on the move, and that is that. So a job well done by the Rays bullpen. Last half of the 8th coming up. The Yankees 9, the Rays 2. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. On to the bottom of the 8th. Now up for Tampa Bay, Chandler Simpson. Here's your 1.
No, outside.
Fouled off, and they'll do it again. The 1-2 just misses with that one.
Well, this is a guy that can be frustrating for pitchers because he fouls off so many pitches and grinds out the at-bat. I'm sure there's some times where a pitcher would rather just give up a first pitch single than have to waste 6 or 7 pitches on one hitter.
Three-two. Gets a piece and stays alive. Payoff pitch. Three and two now. Foul ball left side. He'll see another. Swing and a ball popped in the air. Fair ball. And after grinding through that at bat, he gets the best of him.
Up next for the Rays, the third baseman, number 13, Junior Caminero.
He was late there. Strike one.
Well, the leadoff man gets on. You want to minimize the threat by playing sound defense. Hopefully the pitcher can get a ball on the ground and they can roll him up for two.
Oh, great stop. The feed for one and two. What a play.
Oh, man, what a smooth double play. That was a thing of beauty from start to finish.
Designated hitter, Jonathan.
So now the DH spot, Jonathan Aranda. Ground ball right side, and that's a fair ball. Takes the turn. He's digging for second. There comes the throw, and he'll pull into second safely.
It's a hit, and the ball hitting the bag definitely played a factor. Those moments can go either way, and it seemed to work out for the offense in that spot.
Diaz.
Clips the corner. That's strike one. Runner at second, two down. Here, the bottom half of the eighth inning. On the corner for a strike. Stays alive. Man at second. Good job to fight that one off. And they'll do it again. Ball one there. Man on second, two down. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again.
Well, he's having a tough time getting a pitch by him. As a hitter, you feel pretty confident that you're seeing different pitches still able to make some type of contact.
There's a swing and a drive. That one carrying. Out of here. A two-run homer, and they cut into the lead. He kept swinging, and it paid off.
Well, that was a battle, Boog, and he just kept taking his cuts. Finally squared one up.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Ryan Yarbrough will depart.
Now pitching for the
So a lefty out of the pen. Tim Hill
gets an opportunity to square off against his former team, so I wouldn't be surprised if he came out a little extra jacked up right here.
So two down, and now the center fielder, Cedric Mullins. 0 for 3 in this one. And that's in for a strike. Tap back to the mound. Over to Goldie. And they get Mullins for the out. Inning over on the ground out. Took just 2 pitches to finish the frame out of the bullpen. Through 8 full. The Yankees 9, the Rays 4. Back here at Tropicana Field, let's take a look at how the ball's been flying today. Plenty of power on both sides in this one.
Yeah, games like this were so fun for me as a hitter, Boog. You grab your bat and head to the plate thinking, hey, could be my turn to go yard next.
High fly ball, right field. This could go the distance. Home run. Another homer. His second homer of the night, and they boost their lead. It's 10-4.
That's a swing that'll boost the win probability for sure. Well, I'm not really sure how he kept that fair. When you're out in front on a breaking ball like that, such a good chance that it's going to hook foul, but not this time. He kept the hands moving forward just long enough to sneak it inside that foul pole.
Now the left fielder, Randall Grichuk. Swings and misses. That's strike one. Nobody on, nobody out with a run in here at the top of the ninth. Gets him to chase after that one.
He has a tendency to chase out of the zone, and that slider that's down, that's one of his money pitches to get that swing and miss.
That's towards center. Mullins on his way over. Pulls it down, and he makes the catch. One away.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop, Jose Caballero.
That one ripped, but foul. High fly ball lifted in the air, right field. Two down.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number
and next for New York, Austin Wells.
Taken high in the draft, he's had that top prospect labeled over him since he put on a professional uniform. But at some point, that starts to go away, and you've got to produce at the big league level.
That one fouled off. Two down, nobody on. Cut on and missed, and it's a strikeout, and that is the inning. And the Rays get one on a solo shot, and this is now a 10-4 ball game. Back after this on the show. Back here in Tampa Bay, and stepping in for the Rays, Johnny DeLuca.
Johnny DeLuca.
This one in the air, right field. Stanton on the move. Pulls it down, and he makes the catch. One pitch and one out.
The batter, number 50, second baseman, Ben Williamson.
That one's in there. Strike one.
Ball one.
smash down the left field line. And a base hit right there. And that's a 1-out single.
The batter, number 6.
Stepping in, Taylor Walls. He swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1. Swings through that. And a good eye there. Inside, almost got him. And now 2-2. Battling here as he fouls it away. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. The underhand flip. There's one. Back to first, and it's over his head. And oh no, it's out of play. Just a terrible throw there.
Well, no trouble getting the double play started, but clearly some trouble on that return throw to first. I'm not sure if the runner going into second had a part in that or if it was something like a bad transfer. Either way, could have been 2 outs, but instead they got to work around a runner in scoring position now.
Close, but called a ball. Ball 1. I thought that was a strike, and here's a challenge. It just shaved the zone. They'll keep both their challenges. And that one sliced foul. Hill is just 1 strike away. Got him, and that's the ball game.
Good win by 6 runs. Always nice when you can win by a touchdown or a couple of field goals. You want to keep that momentum going, knowing the offense can score at will, bring it into the next one and get another W.
10-4 is how it ends. Roger Dodger ground beef control. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shambi. Thanks for joining us. From inside Tropicana Field here in Tampa Bay, we've got baseball on the show. It's the New York Yankees taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. All right, we'll be back to get this one started
and
after
now,
this.
Please welcome your Tampa Bay Rays.
And starting on the mound for the Rays, Steven Matz. Chris, what should we keep an eye on here with him?
Boog, you don't always know what to expect with this guy on the mound. There are times he's really good, but that's not always the case. For me, I want to see how aggressive he's going to be out there. We'll see it right away if he's pitching with confidence. And if he is, he should be just fine.
All right, just about ready for baseball. Paul Goldschmidt stepping in now for the Yankees. And we're off and rolling in Tampa Bay. Oh, 1 down. Smoked on the ground a second. Tosses to first, and the first out of the game is an easy one. As we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Chris.
Yeah, Boog. They understand various situations and think ahead of the opponent. Teams like this know how to get down to business and focus on the task at hand.
just underway from Tropicana Field. And that
Outside, ball
misses.
two.
And that's ball two.
Got to be real careful here. 2-0. He's hunting for his pitch.
On the ground to third. And that's just foul. Hit hard, base hit. So a man aboard now with one away. Oh, and he's trying for second. And he'll reach second with one away.
Well, they call that an advantage count for a reason. You're so much more likely to get something you can handle. Nice line drive to the pull side right there, but he didn't spin off of it. That's the key. You still have to extend through the baseball in order to hit a line drive like that.
Bellinger up to hit. Off the mark there. And that is ball one. Man at second. Ground ball right side. And foul ball. The 1-1. This one in the dirt. Runner at second here, one gone. Swing and a bouncer. Gets it to first. That's it out.
Batting fourth, the right fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
That one's in there. 0-1. That's a strike.
And a bat like this is almost over as it begins. In this situation, you have no idea what the next pitch is going to be. You just got to hope that you can make contact.
Ripped to third. He takes it himself to the bag, and that'll do it. Now it's the Rays' turn. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And going to the mound in this one for the Yankees, Luis Gil. What should we keep an eye on here?
He's a guy that's going to come right after hitters. I mean, he's not trying to fool them. He's going to pitch the contacts, not worry about it. He trusts his defense behind him, and he's not going to mess around with a whole bunch of different offerings. Only 3 pitches in the repertoire, so he knows he'll have to work in all 3 effectively and probably pitch backwards sometimes just to make sure this lineup isn't picking up on too many patterns.
Bare hand scoop, but no chance that's an infield single.
It doesn't surprise anyone when he gets on base by dropping down a bunt. I mean, this is just the latest example of him using his speed to his advantage and showing off his skills with the bat. That was very nice.
So next to the plate for Tampa Bay, Junior Caminero. And a pop-up right side, foul territory. Goldie takes it in for the out. One down. Now a look at Kevin Cash's lineup for the Tampa Bay Rays. Their opponent on the mound today does run into some trouble finding the strike zone at times. So, Singy, I got to figure part of the plan, be patient, be selective today.
Yeah, knowing his history, you just don't help him out. You got to wait for a pitch that you like and that you can drive. Build traffic on the base pass and aim to reach those bullpen arms.
Chisholm over to second, on to Goldschmidt. That's 2. Nothing in the Tampa first. On to the second now for Tropicana. Still nothing. All set for the start of the inning. And stepping in for the Yankees, Ahmed Rosario.
Ball.
Our plate umpire, Earl Hendricks.
Yeah, with Hendricks, Boo, kind of interesting. He's a good, consistent umpire, but you do hear that he kind of favors one side of the plate more than the other. So it's really hard to know for sure, but I think that usually it has to do something with where he sets up prior to each pitch.
Next offering in there for a strike. Now 1-2. Ripped on the ground to second. And quickly one away in the second.
Batting sixth, the second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
That finds the mark on the inside corner. And a foul ball. The 0-2. And ball one. Second inning here, no score. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Now 2 out.
Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 34.
So up next for New York, Randall Grichuk.
No.
Two down, nobody on. Rips one to right. And that is that. No runs, no hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of inning number 2. We're tied 0-0. We head to the bottom of the second. Now here's the Tampa Bay cleanup hitter, Yandy Diaz.
Diaz.
Ball.
And the 1-0. This one pops straight up near the plate. Wells under it. And there's one away.
Batting fifth, the center fielder, Cedric Mullins.
There it was. 0-0. Here it is. Hit it. He gets a take. Gets ahead in the count.
The 0-1. And a foul ball. The 0-2. Outside with a breaking ball.
Recognize that changeup right out of the hand. Just spit on it.
Outside corner, got him looking.
Well executed pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Right fielder, number 21, Johnny Gianluca.
Johnny DeLuca digs in now. That one the other way, and that should be extra bases. Around first, heading for 2. And that's a double.
Well, that started and ended pretty quickly. No messing around right there. Runner in scoring position now, and a good opportunity to push across the first run of the ball game.
That
That's
one's upstairs, ball one.
Well, they're looking to get on the board first here after that clutch 2-out double made this inning interesting.
The Rays looking to strike first. Bottom half of inning number 2.
Ball 2.
And another ball.
Well, I would expect in this 3-0 count, you're taking all the way. See if he'll walk you.
Taylor Walls in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Man on second, 2 down. And there's the automatic. That one is absolutely belted. Way back there, it's got a chance. Caught just shy of the wall. A double in the inning, but they leave him stranded. We head on down to the top of the 3rd. No score. New inning getting started, and stepping in for New York, Jose Caballero.
Ball 1.
It was a good changeup to hit up in the zone. I don't think he recognized it. I'm sure he'd love to have that one back.
Just missed. To the right side, and that one handled. Over to first. Leadoff hitter gone in the 3rd.
Batting 9, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
Swings and pulls it foul to the right side. The 0-1. And that one fouled off. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. That's outside. 1-2 to count. Hard ground ball, base knock. So the 1-out hit turns the lineup over.
Up next for the Yankees.
Just kept it simple. Played Pepper with the middle of the infield and took it back where it came from, and there was just no one there to knock it down.
Back to the top of the Yankee order. Paul Goldschmidt now grounded out his first time.
No.
And another ball.
Last 2 pitches have been down in the zone. Pitcher clearly trying to get that ground ball double play. But in this count, he's going to have to give in, elevate his pitches, and get back into this at bat.
Just missed.
No.
That one finds the zone. Strike 1. There goes the runner. Fouls one away, and now 3-2. Payoff pitch. Tipped into the mid, strike 3.
Well, he hadn't seen that changeup the entire at bat until that put-away pitch, and it's pretty tough to deal with as a hitter. You're up there battling, trying to read and react with 2 strikes, and then all of a sudden a pitch comes out of nowhere, and it's a good changeup. It's just almost impossible to hit it when you haven't seen it.
Base knock center field. Mullins whips it back in. Lead runner to second with 2 gone.
Wasting no time. He's 2 for 2 now on the night, and just a triple and home run away from the cycle.
Seriously, we're starting with this already. First and second, 2 outs. Cody Bellinger now at the plate. He's 0 for 1. First pitch doesn't find the zone. The Yanks with a chance to score first. We're here in the top half of inning number 3. Swings through that one for strike 1.
Well, he knows they don't want to give him anything to hit, but when you've got opportunities to drive in runs, you've got to expand the zone. He's capable of going out there and doing damage with it.
Two on, 2 outs. Ground ball up the middle. They get the force. They don't come much closer than that. Bang, bang play to end the inning. A couple of hits in the inning, but they can't get them home. We move on to the bottom of inning number 3. We're tied 0-0. Back now in Tampa Bay. Now up for Tampa Bay, Taylor Walls. Foul ball there. Swing and a foul out of play. Here's the 0-2. Fouled off the plate. They'll do it again. 0-2 now. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. The 0-2. The shortstop takes the ball. Swing and a miss. The high heat too much on that one.
Thought it was a pretty good pitch. Top of the strike zone. We're seeing more fastballs in that location. Hitters, especially with 2 strikes, have to be ready to pull the trigger.
Missed with a changeup, and that's ball 1. This one popped up. Foul ground first base side. And that's a foul ball. Up the middle. Caballero to first. And 2 straight set down to begin the bottom of the 3rd.
Up next for the Rays, the left fielder, Chandler.
And now here's a speed threat. Outfielder Chandler Simpson. Maybe expecting a bunt here. Third baseman playing in on the edge of the grass.
Well, at that velocity, if that's all you're seeing, 88, you can handle that all day long. That's what you get in batting practice. But off the velocity of the fastball, that is a very tough pitch to adjust to.
And a bunt towards third. And it goes just foul. That's inside. Ball 1. Outside with a breaking ball. Now fly ball to right center. Dives and he can't hang on. To second, but he's in there easily.
He went up there and got it with 2 strikes. I'm not going to leave this in the umpire's hands. I'm going to be aggressive. It was in a location where you could get those arms extended that he loves to do. So nice job right there, coming back in that at bat.
Ahoy!
Man at second. Just missed. Still tied at 0. Last of the third. On the ground to Jazz. That's the third out. On to the fourth. Still scoreless. Back here at Tropicana Field, out of the fourth, Giancarlo Stanton stepping in now for the Yankees.
You know, these Yankees, as this game goes on, have to be more disciplined at the plate. They're chasing a lot of pitches outside the zone, and those chases that are turning into a bunch of outs, can they turn that around and stay within the zone? We'll see, but I think they have to.
That's foul.
And that's just foul. Here's a 1-1. Ripped to first, caught.
That at bat is a positive sign, even though it probably doesn't feel like it. He hit the ball hard, but it doesn't always work out in your favor. Sometimes a defender is there to make a play.
That's down and in. Chop to third. Caminero fires across the diamond. 2 quick outs here in the top of the fourth.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Jazz Chisholm Jr. now. Struck out swinging his first time. Chisholm goes 5 feet 11 inches, 28 years old, and he was born in the Bahamas. 2 down, nobody on, and that one fouled off. The 1-1.
Ball 2.
In there for a strike at the bottom of the zone.
Generally, second, third time through the lineup, you want to be able to lean on those secondary pitches and command them.
A swing and a miss. That retires the side, and that'll do it. On to the bottom of the fourth now, still with no score. Bottom 4 as the Rays come up to hit.
The designated hitter, Jonathan Ronda.
Strike 1. That one lifted to left. Grichuk ranging back. And there's one down.
Up next for the Rays, the first baseman, number 2.
Now, Yandy Diaz. First time up was a pop out.
No.
All tied up. We're here in the bottom of the fourth. And another ball. Next offering is fouled back. Next
Ball
one
3.
misses, and now 3-1.
He hasn't fallen behind in the count like this all day. He's in danger of walking his first batter right here.
The 3-1. Swing and a pop-up. Foul territory for the catcher. 2 down.
Up next for the Rays, the center fielder, Cedric Mullins.
And first offering is fouled off. Fastball for a strike. Swing and a miss. That one in the dirt. In time, the 2-3 strikeout ends the inning. Through 4, still tied. Zip, zip. Back here in Tampa Bay, we go to the top of the 5th. Randall Grichuk stepping in now for the Yankees.
You know, these Yankees need to bring up the quality of their at-bats and specifically their swings. Just one extra base hit for them, so they haven't exactly been hitting the ball gap to gap or out of the park. That makes it really difficult to generate runs.
Ball 2, down.
The 2-1. And foul ball. Got him swinging for the strikeout. And that's 4 strikeouts.
Oh, that's a curveball that people like to describe as a hammer or Uncle Charlie, and you can see why. It's not a looping slow curve. He throws it hard, and it gets plenty of bite on the end.
Ball.
Check swing, and he went. And now it's even 1-1. All tied up, and we're at the top of the 5th. On the ground at first, and that chance handled. Diaz takes it to the bag, and the first 2 set down at the top of the 5th. Singy, here's a look at his pitch breakdown for the game.
The sinker's his bread and butter pitch, Boog, and he's gone to it plenty in this one. He's used it on more than half his pitches so far. Nothing across against him yet, so he may just let it ride.
Now here is Austin Wells. Picked up a base hit to center his first time up. Pop foul out of play off to the right. 2 down, nobody on. Slashed foul down the right side. That'll hook off into the seats. Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2. Ball 1 there. Tapped softly on the ground, and it goes just foul.
5 foul balls in this at bat so far, and these 2 are going head to head. You can see the crowd. They're starting to get into it a little bit more and more each pitch, even though they're...
That's the 3rd out, inning over. He continues to roll on the mound as 5 shutout innings are in the books. You're watching Major League Baseball exclusively on the show. Back now in Tampa Bay, and stepping in for the Rays, Johnny DeLuca.
Johnny DeLuca.
Well, he's been incredibly efficient in this one. First pitch strike percentage over 70%. That's well above league average, and that's what's allowed him to pitch well up until this point.
That's a strike across the top of the zone.
He doesn't seem to like to pitch up. Hasn't offered on either one of those pitches. 0-2 count now. I think the guy's going to climb the ladder out there.
Got him. And that's the first out in the bottom of the fifth.
Well, I think that's a case of overthinking right there. He got 3 straight fastballs looking in the 0-2 count just to pour it back.
And that is out of play. Tap foul at the plate. This one in the air. Caballero under it. That's out number 2.
The batter number 6. Shortstop Taylor Walls.
And the batter now, Taylor Walls. 0 for 1. He struck out swinging last time.
Ball.
2 down, nobody on. Last half of inning number 5.
Well, he looks more focused at the plate and working the count after that first at-bat strikeout.
That one missed. Fastball for a strike. Walls not happy about that called strike. Here's the challenge. So the call will stand. Still one challenge left for them. The 3-1. That's ball 4. Tried another fastball but missed the spot.
Up next for the Rays, the catcher number 40, Nick Forte.
That one to first, and that's just foul. Quick move to first, and he's back in easily. Drilled out towards left center field. That's well struck. That's got a chance. Bangs off the wall, headed for the plate. He will score, and the Rays have the lead.
Well, they strike first as he gets the job done to bring home the run. Just missed out on a home run right there, but he certainly hit it hard enough. Just didn't have the right launch angle to carry it over the wall, but still an excellent swing of the bat.
So, runner at second, 2 down. Chandler Simpson getting ready to hit. This guy can absolutely fly. I think one of the faster players in baseball. Runner at second, 2 down. The 1-1. Swinging a foul back. That's out of play. Man on second, 2 down. And that one almost got him. Got him swinging for the strikeout. Good job at damage control right there. So 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left. We're through 5. It's the Rays 1 and the Yankees nothing. It's an AL East matchup here on MLB The Show. Welcome back. It's been a great game, so let's take another look at the most important moment so far.
Now pitching for
Here's
the
a new
Rays,
pitcher from the pen, Hunter Biggie. He's making his 4th appearance of the season.
Biggie.
And fouled off. Fouled off. He was late.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow climb back into this at bat through the count.
Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Well, that slider down and away, it's just kind of a slow death. With 2 strikes, you're looking to protect, and halfway to the plate, you know you've committed, and you know you're going to have no chance of touching it. Tell you what, sometimes you just have to tip your cap.
Here comes Aaron Judge.
He was the big part of the field last time. Nice liner to center.
That's a strike. It's 0-1. Ball 1 there. And Judge takes a strike.
I think he was sitting off speed right there because he just let the fastball go by.
Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Very strong coming out of the pen so far as he punches out the first 2 batters he's faced in this one, getting straight to work. Man, it's talked about a lot, but relievers are just so electric these days. These aren't fun at bats if you're a hitter. I'm so glad I'm retired.
In there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Two down, nobody on. And there's the strike.
Quickly into an 0-2 count. Both pitches were down in the zone. I think you set your sights a little bit higher because you'll have a tendency to chase if you look down in that area.
That's down and in. A slider missed. Got him swinging. It's a strikeout. And he strikes out the side here in the 6th. 1-2-3 go the Yankees. They trail here 1-0. Bottom of the 6th. Now up for Tampa Bay, Junior Caminero.
Number 13, Junior Caminero.
Ball outside.
The 1-0. Hard hit, knocks it down. Throws to first in time. Quick recovery from the misplay pays off for the out. Let's take a look at his pitch usage in this one, Siggy.
Well, he's known for that four-seamer, Boog, and we've seen plenty of it from him today. You don't throw one pitch this much without having plenty of confidence in it. And he's been pretty solid till now, so he may stick with this strategy.
Cracks his bat and pops him up. Handles, throws to first, and that is out number 2.
Got to feel pretty good for the pitcher. Absolutely sawed him off. Bat explodes. And then he makes an easy play on it. Pretty satisfying if you're out there on the ball.
Two outs, base is empty. Yandy Diaz will hit next. And that's in there at the knees for a strike. Swings through that one for strike 2.
And it really looks like these hitters have been in between with their timing today. Good fastball, excellent slider, but they've not been able to commit to one velocity and stay there.
That is the inning. Down in order go the Rays, but they're on top 1-0. We go to the top of the 7th. Now here's the Yankees cleanup hitter, Giancarlo Stanton.
A lot of times you're looking for a guy to get that tying run on base, but because of the power, you want him to tie up the game with one swing here.
That misses the zone. Ball 1. Double-barreled action in the bullpen. Cole Sulser warming up for manager Kevin Cash. Kelly also throwing.
Right now, behind in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. No free passes. You can't allow that.
Looking to get the tying run on base. Out front, rip foul. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2. Make it 4 strikeouts in a row, just cruising along. A big first out here in the 7th via the punch out.
Yeah, it just does so much to change the outlook of an important inning like this. When you got the leadoff hitter, so critical in setting the table when you got a tight game like this. So a strikeout really puts them on their heels.
High.
And now the 0-1.
High.
Outside. Another one. That's 5 straight strikeouts.
Well, caught him looking on that 4th pitch of the at-bat, and I have to think it had something to do with the sequence they threw at him. Kind of bounced back and forth between the outside and inside corners with the previous pitches, and that makes it really tough to cover the whole plate. Just couldn't get a swing off at that pitch on the inside.
So up next for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr., who's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts.
Ball 1.
Two down, nobody on. Just missed.
Struggled a little bit in this one. Couple of strikeouts earlier, but doing a much better job in this at bat to get ahead and find a good hitter's count at 2-0. Even with really good velocity, two-seam fastball up in the zone to a left-handed hitter, even though that velocity is good, you see it really well, and it can be a dangerous pitch.
That misses. Ball 3. The Rays holding on to a 1-run lead here in the top half of inning number 7. And the tying run is on base.
Up next for the Yankees, the left fielder, number 34, Randall Griffin.
In the dirt with a single base runner because of all the power. They are dangerous to tie this thing up or take the lead. That smash towards center. He's got it, and that'll do it. The Yanks lead 1. They still trail 1-0. Back here at Tropicana Field and stepping in for the Rays, Cedric Mullins.
Not what he's looking for there in the 0-0 count. Looks like he wants the ball down in the zone.
Movement in the bullpen. Camilo Doval, the hard-throwing righty, is up and loosening. Hedrick, the lefty, warming up as well. The 0-1. Yeah, that's fouled off. The 0-2. And that one is inside ball 1. Hammered, base hit. So a runner aboard to start the inning.
Up next for the Rays.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Luis Gil won't go any further tonight. Good effort out of him, even though he exits on the hook for the loss. New arm on the bump after a quick break.
Now pitching for the
out of the bullpen for the Yankees, Fernando Cruz. He's pitching on 2 days rest. Breaking ball, and that got him.
That hit him.
The batter, number 15.
First and second, no outs. Ben Williamson next to hit for the Rays. Fouled off left side. Cruz, he's kind of a prototypical bullpen arm in today's game. Electric stuff that results in a ton of strikeouts. In a tough spot like this, that is a big-time benefit. Now a check on him at second, back safely.
Now, as a hitter, when a guy like this comes into the game, you feel like he's standing on top of you, and it's just attack mode coming right at you, expecting to get a swing and miss.
Now a pop-up on the infield, and there's one down.
The batter, number 6, shortstop Taylor Wall.
Really good job in this spot to get ahead in the count. He's going to have to finish off this hitter.
On the ground, 2 ball. To second, there's one. Out! The double play ends the inning and might have saved the game for them.
Got the batter to hit it exactly where he wanted. That textbook 6-4-3 double play, gets out of the jam and back in the dugout.
Now pitching.
Welcome back, and a new arm on the mound to start the 8th. Cole Sulser. This is his 5th appearance of the year. Jose Caballero stepping in now for the Yankees. Corner infielders guarding the lines, trying to prevent extra bases. This one in the air, center field. Mullins in position, brings it in. And a quick out, number 1.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number 28, Austin Wells.
Right through there for a strike. Just outside. Missed with that backdoor breaking ball. If he gets a swing and miss or called strike, 0-2 count. Instead, it's 1-1. Look for him to go back to that pitch later in this at bat.
Strike 2. And he hit him. He had him 1-2, and he ends up hitting him with a pitch. 1 down, runner at first. Here is Goldschmidt. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out.
Way to lay off that pitch down.
And an ABS challenge coming from behind the dish. So the call stands. So that removes their last challenge.
No,
he's
that's
just missing with some pitches that, I mean, they're not strikes, and that's what you think, oh, good pitch is a strike, but so many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone, and the last 2 pitches that he's thrown, good pitches, but even better takes.
Fouled off down the right side. That's a ball. Tried the sweeper.
On this count, runner not known for his speed, but I think you got to put him in motion. Try to avoid a double play here, Boog.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Came inside with that 2-strike fastball nicely and just bunched him up on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't get around on it and catch it out front. Many times if you do, it's a foul ball. And you know, a lot of pitchers, they really don't like working inside with 2 strikes because they do not want to hit that batter. And when they've got him up against the ropes, got to figure out a way to put him away. Did a nice job right there.
Pitch misses inside. Ball 1.
Typically, the outfield defense will play a little bit deeper just to keep the ball in front, make sure that runner on first doesn't come all the way around to score and tie this ball game up.
Ball 2.
Right side, hard hit. He takes it himself to the bag, and that'll do it. 1 left for the Yankees. Still behind by a count of 1-0. Bottom of the 8th.
Leading off.
And now the catcher for the Rays, Nick Fortes.
Nick Fortes.
No.
That one close, ruled a ball. Ball 2. Looked like a strike to me, and here comes the challenge. It just shaved the zone. So they've still got both their challenges. And that skips in the dirt. There's a strike. Outside low, and it's 3-2. Swings through that one. It's a strikeout.
Up next for the Rays, the left fielder, Chandler Simpson.
Gets the call, and that's strike one. Top of the zone for a called strike. Foul ball. It stays 0-2. Fly ball down the line, and that one is foul, so we'll try it again.
Man, he'd like to have that pitch back.
Here's the 0-2. Cuts and misses. It's a strikeout.
That's about as nasty of a splitter as you'll come across, especially in terms of movement. I mean, that thing tumbles out of his hand and just drops off the table at the last moment. If he keeps it down, it's just so tough to put wood on.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Fernando Cruz is done, and he leaves in a one-run game. New pitcher coming up. We'll be back in a minute. New pitcher for the Yankees, Camilo Doval.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
Two down, bases empty. So next to the plate for Tampa Bay, Junior Caminero. 0 for 3 in this one. Swing and a miss, 98 on the gun. Comes up empty.
He normally does damage on that pitch in that location. Just a swing and a miss there. I don't think you want to throw it again, though.
Tranquilo Camilo notches the K. Rays held in check here, but they lead it 1-0.
Now pitching for
Here comes the
Rays,
closer here in the ninth, Ryan Baker.
And I can't imagine any save is an easy one. You're holding a small lead on the scoreboard, and you know those hitters are going to give you the best at-bats they can. So it's always high stress. Let's see what he's got here to try and close it out.
Fought off foul. This one driven deep, way back there, and it's gone. We are tied.
That swing completely changes the momentum of this game, Boo. Well, he put a really nice swing on that one, and everything was on time, took a direct path to the ball, excellent extension, and just drove it out of here. Nothing better than when the ball jumps off your bat like that.
So it's all tied up thanks to the home run. Now here's Giancarlo Stanton. Infield playing him to pull. Second baseman just to the right of the bag.
Ball one.
The 1-0. A swing and a miss, and that's strike one.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days. You would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
Swing and a miss, and he was fooled. That's a little bit low.
That's a really good take.
And a foul ball, he stays alive. The 2-2. And downstairs, Ahmed Rosario in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. And a payoff pitch. Fights it off. He'll see another. Good battle here. About to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. In the air out towards right center. DeLuca settles under this one. Brings it in. And there's one away.
Up next for the Yankees, the third baseman, Ahmed Rosario.
Yep.
Late swing, fouled off. Oh, and 2 now. Got him looking for the strikeout.
The batter number 13, second baseman, Jazz.
And next for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr. That misses the zone. Ball 1. Swing and a miss as he was late.
Boom. That's cheddar, baby.
2 down, bases empty, but 1 run across here at the top of the 9th. And there's a foul ball. Inside, almost got him. And that one ripped to left, and that is that. So a 9th inning comeback here, and this game has been flipped on its head. All tied 1-1. Back here in Tampa Bay, at the plate now for the Rays is the DH, Jonathan Aranda. And that's in there at the knees for a strike. Movement in the Yankees pen. David Bednar, the closer of the staff, is throwing. And the 0-1.
All sliders so far in this at bat to get ahead in the count, and clearly shows there was a game plan in mind for how to attack him in the box.
Just misses the mark outside the zone.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Still 2-2 after the foul ball. On the ground to Jazz. And they get the leadoff man in the 9th.
Up next for the Rays, the first baseman, number 2, Yandy Diaz.
Swings through that one for strike one. Almost got him. And a 1-1. That's to third. And it gets by him. And now the winning run is on base.
There you go. Winning run is aboard with one down. Just found a way to slap that ball down the third baseline. That's really excellent bat control, and it kind of goes back to all those drills you see hitters do off the tee where it's placed in different spots. That was just nice.
At the plate, Cedric Mullins.
Ball.
And the first pitch misses for ball one. Right through there for a strike. And the count 1-2. One down, winning run at first. We're in the last half of the ninth inning. Strikes him out with 100.
Oh, you got to be pretty quick with the bat speed these days. So many guys throwing in the upper 90s, and you see the velocity on that one. Just tough to catch up to. I mean, guys are coming in, and they're going max effort. They're not looking to go a long distance. They want to get as many strikeouts as they possibly can.
Now it's the right fielder, Johnny DeLuca. First offering misses badly for ball one. Trying to send this to extra innings.
That's up. Ball 2.
Man, 91 on the slider right there. That's a hard one. That's a low-end fastball for some pitchers.
Next pitch misses. 3-1. Ben Williamson in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Swing and a miss. That one at 99. And now it's 3-2. Stays alive. The Rays with the go-ahead run at first here in the last half of inning number 9. Foul tip, and he hangs on. That's a strikeout. That's the third out, and we're headed to extras. The Rays strand just the one. Score remains deadlocked at 1. On to extra innings. And stepping in for the Yankees, Randall Grichuk.
No. Plate umpires trying to tighten things up a little bit.
I thought that was a strike, and here's a challenge. It just shaved the zone. So they get to hang on to their second challenge. Man at second. And there's a strike. Good heater at 98.
Well, if he's going to do something special right here, it's going to happen with 2 strikes.
Hit in the air, left field. Simpson under it. And there's one down.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop, Jose Caballero.
swings and lines a base hit into left field. Fires it to the plate, but it's offline. He will score. It's 2-1.
Big swing of the bat right there to give him the lead. That was clutch. Nice line drive to the pull side. Met it out front, but just stayed through it nice enough and ripped it into the outfield.
Manager out of the dugout now, and it looks like we'll see a change on the mound. Ryan Baker done for the night. We'll be back in a minute with a new arm on the mound.
Now pitching for
Kevin
the Rays,
Kelly taking over on the mound.
Pretty tight game, so they're looking for quality pitches out of him right here. Got to do his best to keep the score right where it is.
One out man at first. Here's the Yankees catcher now, Austin Wells. That one way inside. Quick toss to first, and he's back safely.